Chapter 49:11. After delaying for a while, the lion let out a low roar and quickly retreated. Xiao Junyan saw that the lion had retreated and did not give chase. Instead, he chased in the direction that the little thing had escaped. In terms of footwork and movement techniques, Yue was considered to be the best among the three siblings at such a young age. Her speed was also the fastest. With the lion delaying her, she quickly left. As long as she escaped first, it would be easy to meet up with the lion. But what she did not expect was that after she had run a long distance away, she turned back to look and saw that Xiao Junyan was chasing after her. He's coming, bullying a child. She muttered and yelled as she ran. She didn't care about the direction. She just ran left and right in the forest as fast as she could. It's that child. Up ahead, a group of young boys and girls were gathered together and chatting as they walked. Seeing a child running towards them, they could not help but point at her in surprise. The news from the family said that it's a 5 to 6-year-old child. Isn't that her? Quick, catch her. One of the youths said as he hurriedly rushed towards the child who was running over. One had to know that catching her was a great merit. Yu was running and she looked back from time to time. For a moment, she did not pay attention to the front. When she noticed those people in front of her, she gave a cry of surprise and quickly changed direction. Quick, catch her quickly. Don't let her escape. Everyone saw that the child had turned a corner and was running towards the other side. They quickly shouted, surround her from that side. Being blocked by these people, Xiao Junyan, who had been chasing from behind, had also caught up. When he saw the disciples of the family holding swords in their hands, he immediately frowned and shouted in a cold voice, don't hurt him. Everyone was startled. When they heard the voice, they looked towards the direction of the voice. When they saw that it was Xiao Junyan, their faces changed, and they quickly called out respectfully, young lord, keep your swords. Don't hurt her. Xiao Junyan ordered coldly. Gathering his breath, he rushed forward and grabbed at the little thing. Yu cried out in alarm, but her body nimbly dodged. Xiao Junyan grabbed at thin air and was stunned for a moment, as if she had not expected this chubby baby to be so skilled. She leaned forward to grab at her again. At this moment, the roar of a lion sounded. Roar. Berserk beast. No, that was a divine beast. Look at the pattern on the lion's head. Hiss. How could this be? Did someone form a contract with this divine beast? One of the youths sucked in a breath of air as he suddenly realized that the young master was here. His eyes shone with surprise. Could it be that young master has contracted with this mythological beast? But just as they were talking, they saw the divine beast pounce forward. They thought that the divine beast was going to pounce on the child, but they didn't expect it to pounce on their young master. Young master, be careful. Everyone was so frightened that their faces changed, and they instinctively cried out in alarm. They saw their young master's hand that was reaching out to grab the child paused, and he clenched his fist tightly. Above his fist, a stream of air that was visible to the naked eye condensed, and with an extremely fast speed, he swung his fist towards the head of the divine beast. Yu ran away, and when she turned around to look, she saw Xiao Junyan's fist heavily smashing onto the lion's head, and the lion's claws also fiercely scratched his arm, leaving behind several deep marks. Chapter 49:12. Audacious, evil creature. You dare to injure my Xiao family's young master. A sharp and low roar came from the sky. Accompanying the roar was a powerful pressure and a golden net that glowed with golden light. Yu looked towards the direction of the voice when she heard it, only to see a group of cultivators wearing the same color black robes descending from the sky. Among them, 8 of them were holding a corner of the golden net in their hands as they covered the lion below, as if they wanted to capture it. Immediately, she exclaimed, Lion, come back. As soon as the voice came out, with a thought, the lion turned into a ray of light and entered her space. At the same time, the golden net caught nothing, but those people turned around and surrounded the little person who was preparing to escape. Where do you think you're going? That group of people surrounded Yu, and one of them stretched out his hand to grab Yu. That extremely fast speed brought along a swift and fierce momentum. which made Xiao Junyin's heart sink. Ignoring the injury on her arm, she flashed forward, and when that person was about to attack her, she reached out her hand and hugged that small figure into her bosom. Young master, seeing that it was Xiao Junyin, that person wanted to retract his hand, but it was already too late. He could only forcefully change the direction of his attack, leaving behind a few deep handprints on the tree trunk. Yu was protected in her embrace, and as Xiao Junyin turned around, she saw the handprints left behind by that person who had attacked the tree trunk. The little person's eyes immediately turned cold and looked towards that person. She saw that it was a middle-aged man. His face looked ordinary, but there was a fierce aura around him. There were no wounds on his body, but his body was emitting a bloody smell. It could be imagined that the number of people and beasts that had died in his hands was innumerable. Junyin, you're injured. Xiao Juanheng came down from behind, and seeing the hand that was hanging by the side of the body with blood dripping down, he frowned. Treat the wound first. He walked forward, his gaze complicated as he looked at that little girl, but did not say anything more. Instead, he took out medicine and strips of cloth and prepared to treat the wound. Xiao Junyin lowered her head to look at the chubby baby in her arms, who was sitting quietly without saying a word. She saw that the baby was staring at the person who had attacked her just now. The baby's gaze was so calm that it did not seem like a 5- or 6-year-old child's. It's all right, don't worry. I'm here. I won't let you get hurt, he said, awkwardly comforting the little girl who he thought was frightened. Yu didn't speak, merely lowering her eyes. Her gaze just happened to come across his bleeding hand. She pursed her lips, but didn't move. After helping him deal with the injury on his arm, Xiao Juanheng looked towards him and said, the clan already knows about her situation. We need to bring her back. My father and the clan elders will personally question her. Let's go, Xiao Junyin said. From a moment he saw the black-robed guard arrive, he knew that this little thing could no longer be hidden. He took his men and followed them back, while the others also crushed their teleportation jade tablets and returned to their clans. Along the way, Yu didn't speak. Only when they arrived at the entrance of the immortal mansion did she speak. Put me down. I will walk by myself. Hearing that, Xiao Junyin glanced at her and put her down. Chapter 49:13. In the hall, Xiao family head and various elders were already sitting there waiting. When they saw the few people who came in, their gaze first fell on Xiao Junyin. Junyin, how is the injury on your hand? Is it serious? Xiao family head inquired. According to the report of the people who came back earlier, she was scratched by the divine beast. I'm fine, Xiao Junyin said and bowed towards them. This is that child? Xiao family head looked at the little girl who came in from behind. He didn't expect it to be such a child. After all, he had heard that she had already contracted that divine beast. This was something that none of them had expected. Such a small child. How did she make a divine beast recognize her as its master? At this time, they carefully sized up this child. Seeing her walking in from behind with her short little legs, she was neither flustered nor scared. Facing their sizing up and probing, she didn't lower her head, nor did she shift her gaze away. Instead, she used her pair of beautiful eyes to stare at them, as if she was sizing them up. Everyone in the hall were people of the older generation. Naturally, with a glance, they could see that this wasn't the transformation of a few hundred-years-old expert. After all, her bone age couldn't change into a human. This was just a 5- or 6-year-old child. Such a small child, with such bearing and courage, naturally couldn't be the child of an ordinary family. Therefore, after everyone looked at each other, Xiao family head opened his mouth and asked, "What is your name? How did you come here?" "My name is Yun Qi. Cloud Sky Mountain's Qing Di is my master." Standing in the hall, Yu, a small person, softly and clearly reported her master's name, because she was very clear that she had to say it even if she didn't want to. Moreover, her master had said that if she caused any trouble outside, as long as she reported his name, others wouldn't dare to make things difficult for her. Perhaps because they didn't expect that this child would actually say her name and master upon asking. Everyone in the hall was startled for a moment, and then somewhat stunned. Especially Xiao Junyin and Xiao Juanheng. It wasn't that they didn't ask her name and origin, but she didn't say it all along. One of the elders somewhat suspiciously asked, "You said Cloud Sky Mountains Qingdi is your master?" "Yes." "You are nodded." "How dare you?" The clan elder's expression darkened. He slammed his palm on the table and stood up. His aura was also released from his body because of his angry roar and rushed towards the little person. Xiao Junyan frowned and took a step forward to block the oppressive aura emanating from the elder's body. Seeing this, the clan elder's brows furrowed together as he looked deeply at Xiao Junyan. He did not say anything, but merely retracted his oppressive aura. Being blocked in front of her, Yu glared at him. Then poking the waist of the person in front of her, she said softly, "You are blocking my line of sight." She wasn't afraid of that old man's pressure. If he dared to bully her, she would definitely complain to her master. She wanted her master to help her vent her anger. Xiao Junyan heard the words behind him, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He stepped aside slightly and glanced at her at the same time. Seeing that she was as fearless as a little beast, he sighed softly in his heart. She was still young after all, and did not know any better. She did not know that the clan elder's oppressive aura could cause the blood and qi in her body to churn and cause her internal injuries. Chapter 49:14. That clan elder stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Sweeping a glance at the fearless little girl, he slowly walked forward. His aged voice carried a bit of fierceness as he shouted, "At such a young age, your mouth is full of lies." As everyone knows, Emperor Qing did indeed have a disciple called Yin Qi. However, that disciple of his was not as old as you. Moreover, that disciple of his died a few years ago because he failed to pass the tribulation. Where did a disciple like you come from? He walked in front of you, and looked down at her from above. His dignified presence and imposing manner made Xiao Junheng's heart tremble. However, Yu raised her head and looked directly at that clan elder without any fear in her eyes. Seeing this, everyone was even more surprised and even more curious about her origin and birth. Seeing this, Xiao Junheng sighed in his heart. He actually did not know that this little girl had courage. Seeing this, Xiao Junyan's lips curled up slightly, her eyes filled with admiration and fondness. This chubby little girl was indeed very interesting. That clan elder stared at the little girl in front of him and shouted in a deep voice, "Who exactly are you? What are your intentions for sneaking into my Xiao family's secluded immortal island? Who instigated you to do this? How did you come here? If you don't quickly tell the truth, I will not let you off easily." Yuer's pair of eyes stared at him and said in a soft voice, "You said that this is a secluded place. Then how do you know that my master did not accept me as his disciple? What evidence do you have to prove that I am lying?" Then she paused and stared at him with her clear eyes. With a serious face, she said, "I'm not a 3-year-old child anymore. It's useless to threaten me. I'm not afraid of you. Also, don't bully me just because you're older. I can't beat you, but my master can." Hearing her words, everyone's mouth twitched. Did this child become a spirit? Or were all the children outside this quick-witted? That clan elder was refuted by such a child. Immediately, he blew his beard and glared at the chubby little girl in front of him and asked, "You say that you are Emperor Qing's disciple. What proof do you have?" Yuer blinked and asked curiously, "What proof do I need? I am obviously my master's disciple. My master and I both know that. What proof do I need?" This question instantly left the elder speechless. Everyone in the hall also fell silent. In an instant, the hall was filled with a strange and inexplicable silence. There was a trace of a smile on Xiao Junyan's face as she said, "If you want to know if what she said is the truth, you only need to send someone to investigate." Cough. Xiao Clan Master coughed, then immediately whispered a few words to a person behind him. Then looking towards Yuer, he asked, "Did you contract that god beast?" "Yes." Yuer nodded and said, "In any case, they had seen it, so they couldn't deny it even if they wanted to. That's a divine beast. How did you make it willing to contract with you?" Patriarch Xiao asked again, unable to hide his curiosity. It was originally not a god beast. It was originally only a peak-level holy beast, and was still a bit lacking from god beast. Yuer gestured with her little hand. Hearing this, the expressions of everyone in the hall changed slightly. They naturally knew that the divine beast had just evolved, but why was she able to form a contract with it as soon as it evolved? Chapter 49:15. Saying that, Ur's little face showed a helpless expression. Later, it insisted on following me, and I had no choice but to accept it. Hearing her words, everyone's face darkened. Did she mean that the mythological beasts born on the immortal island were eager to join them? However, if it was really an elixir pill that helped the divine beast to advance, it might be Emperor Qing's doing. After all, he was a great emperor. How could he not have some elixirs with miraculous effects on his hands? Could it be that this little fat girl with a fox-like temperament was really Emperor Qing's disciple? If so, then her coming here was Emperor Qing's doing? But if that was the case, what was Emperor Qing's intention? For a moment, countless guesses flashed through everyone's mind, but in the end, they all turned into light sighs. It seemed that they could only wait for the news to see if this little girl was really Emperor Qing's disciple, as she said. Take her away and guard her, Xiao family head said, and ordered people to take her away. At this time, Xiao Junyan stepped forward and said, "Second uncle, I will take her to my courtyard." Hearing this, Xiao family head frowned and said, "Junyan, her identity is still unclear, and there is a mythological beast by her side. It is not appropriate to place her in your courtyard. I will only be at ease if I personally watch her," Xiao Junyan said. Seeing this, the Xiao family's patriarch frowned and remained silent. He did not reply, as if he was thinking about something. The elders in the hall also did not speak, because what Xiao family had said was right. This child's origin was unknown, and under the situation where her identity was still uncertain, how could they place such a variable by their Xiao family's young master's side? It was too dangerous. Xiao Juanheng saw that some of the elders wanted to speak, and immediately stepped forward and said to the person on the main seat, "Father, she and Junyan are familiar with each other in the forest. With Junyan looking after her, there should not be any big problem. If you are worried, I can also help to look after her." Heard them talking, and her eyes moved around, staring at each of their expressions, and secretly curled her lips. Look at her what? Did they think she was a dangerous person? She had already reported her master's name, and these people were still guarding against her like they were guarding against a thief. Really boring. I'll take her back first. Xiao Junyan also didn't wait for them to say anything. Directly turning around, she stretched out her hand and scooped Yu up, then walked out with large strides. Looking at this scene, everyone in the hall frowned even more. One of the elders asked, "Why is Junyan so concerned about this child? Right now, her identity is still unclear if she were to do anything to harm Junyan. The way I see it, she wouldn't dare. After all, this is our Xiao clan's territory. If she really hurts someone, she won't be able to leave alive." Another elder said. One of the elders said, "Patriarch, if this child is really Emperor Qing's disciple, shouldn't we inform the Patriarch?" Patriarch Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, once I have confirmed the news, I will personally inform the ancestor. After all, this is related to Emperor Qing, so we can't be careless. Moreover, if he is really Emperor Qing's disciple, why did Emperor Qing send him here? I guess I'll have to ask the Patriarch." Everyone saw that he already had an idea, so they didn't say anything more. They stood up, cupped their hands, and left one after another. Chapter 49:16. On the other side, Xiao Junyan brought Yu back to her courtyard and settled her down. After that, she instructed the kitchen to prepare some food. Originally, there were no serving girls in the courtyard, but because of her arrival, she sent people to the front courtyard to get 2 servant girls to serve her. Under the guidance of the 2 servant girls, Yu entered a side room to take a bath. After changing her clothes, she came out and saw Xiao Junyan, who had already changed his clothes, sitting at the table in the courtyard. And at this time, there were more than 10 exquisite dishes emitting fragrance on the table. Those exquisite dishes were only a small dish, about 2 people's share. More than 10 small plates had different dishes on them, which made people's appetite greatly aroused. "This is made by your kitchen." Yu sat at the table and looked at the exquisite dishes on the table. Her eyes were shining. "And try it." He picked up some dishes for her and put them in her bowl. Seeing this, Yu didn't stand on ceremony and directly picked up the chopsticks to eat. Xiao Zhenyan also didn't speak and just watched her eat. Occasionally, he would pick up some dishes for her. After she was full, she put down her chopsticks and burped. Only then did he let people remove the dishes on the table. How long have you been following Emperor Qing? Xiao Zhenyan poured a cup of water for her and asked casually. Very long. Yu said with a smile. Is there food in the mountains? There is. There are wild game in the mountains, and Master will let us go down a mountain to buy. Yu got down from the chair and walked around the courtyard, looking all around. Emperor Qing has other disciples besides you? Xiao Zhenyan's eyes flashed and asked again. Yes, I also have 2 senior brothers. She wasn't afraid to let him know about this. After all, as long as they investigated, they would naturally find out. Her master had accepted the 3 of them and didn't hide it. Many people knew about them. On this side, Xiao Zhenyan intentionally or unintentionally inquired about her information. On the other side, the people of Xiao family also spread the news and came to know that a little girl had entered their place. Moreover, that little girl had stayed alone in the forest for many days and was only discovered recently. For a time, the people below were discussing, but more of them were curious. In the early morning of the next day, Xiao family head received the news and called Xiao Zhenyan and Yunqi. Yu got up early and rode the lion in Xiao Zhenyan's courtyard. After hearing the summons of Xiao family head, she rode the lion and followed Xiao Zhenyan to the front courtyard. Everyone of Xiao family was already very curious about her. At this time, knowing that Xiao was summoned, many people came early to watch. When they saw that little girl riding a majestic lion and following their young master to the front courtyard, many people were endlessly astonished. Did you see that? It's that lion. That's the divine beast that advanced a while ago. I didn't expect it to become her mount. She's so young. How did she tame that mythological beast? I heard that she's Emperor Qing's disciple. I don't know whether it's true or not. Emperor? Is he an expert on the same level as our family's great emperor? Another young man asked. Chapter 49:17. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but become silent. That was just a 5 or 6-year-old child. If she really lied, would the patriarch and the rest really kill her? Under everyone's gaze, Yu rode the lion and followed Xiao Zhenyan to the front hall. When she arrived at the front hall, she jumped down from the lion's back and walked in. The people sitting in the hall looked at the little girl riding the lion, and their eyes flashed. Their gaze swept past her and landed on the lion beside her. This was the mythological beast. They didn't expect that the mythological beast that was born with great difficulty was actually contracted by a little girl from outside. Family head, clan elders. Xiao Zhenyan bowed towards them. Jun Yan sit. Patriarch Xiao gestured. Xiao Zhenyan paused for a moment, then walked to the seat and sat down. At the same time, she looked at Yunqi, who was standing in the middle of the hall. From yesterday's intentional or unintentional inquiry, she could conclude that she was indeed the disciple of Emperor Qing. Therefore, at this time, she was not worried about her. Yunqi, you said you are the disciple of Emperor Qing? Then let me ask you, how many disciples does Emperor Qing have? Patriarch Xiao asked. His dignified gaze landed on the little girl standing there. My master has 3 disciples now, and there are 2 senior brothers in front of me. You? Said, her big eyes looking at Patriarch Xiao without fear. Hearing this, Patriarch Xiao and an elder sitting on the left side looked at each other and asked, It is said outside that Emperor Qing obtained an ancient god striking whip from a mortal Lingmu. This whip is also called 9-section red flame phoenix scale whip, and he gave this whip to his little disciple as a weapon. Since you're the disciple of Emperor Qing, you should know about this whip. Hearing this, turned her hand and took out that whip from her space. Smiling, she said, You are talking about this? It is indeed a gift from my master. Could it be that this is the so-called proof that you're talking about? Looking at the whip, many of the elders stood up and stared at the whip. They had also heard about this whip, but this whip was in Immortal Ling Mu's Mirror Flower Water Moon spiritual land, and for many years, no one was able to take it out. They didn't expect that. Can I have a look? Seeing that whip, Patriarch Shao was sure that she was by his side. He had only heard of the power of this whip, but had never seen it before. Sure, Yu answered. She wasn't afraid that her whip would be taken away by others, rather walked forward and handed over the whip to her. When she first obtained this whip, she was worried that someone would snatch it away from her. However, her master told her not to worry. Other than her, no one else would dare to use this whip or snatch it away from her. At that time, she didn't know. Only after a period of time did she find out. It turned out that her master had spread the word that the owner of this whip could only be his disciple. If anyone dared to snatch it, or use it, their entire family would be exterminated. It was also because of these words that those people looked at her whip. Even though they were envious, they only dared to look and did not dare to take her whip away. Otherwise, the person who snatched the whip would definitely have the ability to withstand her master's fury and killing intent. Otherwise, who would dare to rush to their deaths? No matter how good a treasure was, if it couldn't be used, then it was no different from trash. Chapter 49:18. The clan elders also came forward to take a look. In their eyes, for them to call it treasure, it was naturally an extraordinary treasure. But looking at this whip, they didn't dare to have any random thoughts. Now that they saw this whip, they naturally confirmed the identity of this little girl as Emperor Qing's disciple, Yin Shi. Not to mention that they couldn't have any ideas about this whip. They had to treat her as a distinguished guest and couldn't neglect her. Not to mention her origin, just the fact that her master was Emperor Qing was already extraordinary. Patriarch Shao walked down and personally handed the whip to her, saying, "Now that we have confirmed that you are Emperor Qing's disciple, how did you appear here? Does your master know?" Yuer's eyes moved, and she said, "My master asked me to come out and gain experience, but I also don't know how I came here. Originally, I also didn't want to come here." "Oh, then where did you want to go?" Patriarch Shao asked. Pursed her lips and shook her head. "I can't say." Hearing this, Patriarch Shao laughed and said, "Well, now that you are here, do you want to go back to Cloud Sky Mountain? Or do you want to stay in Shao family for a while? Or do you want to go to the place you originally wanted to go? Do you need me to send someone to send you? You can send me out of the enchantment here. I can go back by myself. There is no need for you to send me," she quickly said. She sneaked out and hadn't seen her mother yet. She didn't want to go back so quickly. "That's fine, then." Before he finished speaking, Xiao Junyan stood up and interrupted him at the same time. "Patriarch, let me send her back. After all, she is still so young. It is not safe for her to be alone outside." "No need. My master asked me to come out and gain experience, so he wanted me to be alone," Yuer immediately said. Since she was Emperor Qing's beloved disciple, with Emperor Qing's ability, it was naturally impossible for him to let her be alone outside. He must have made some arrangements. He was also clear about the divine sense of an expert. He guessed that it was Emperor Qing's divine sense. With her, if she really encountered any fatal danger, he would definitely appear to save her. If he sent someone to protect her, it would be unnecessary. Thinking of this, he said to Xiao Junyan, "Junyan, you are the young master of the Shao clan. Our Shao clan has been in seclusion for many years. Without the orders of the old ancestor, no one is allowed to take half a step out of the celestial island. Even you are the same." He glanced at Xiao Junyan, who was pursing her lips, and said, "Yin Shi is the beloved disciple of the Azure Emperor. The Azure Emperor will naturally give her a treasure to protect her. Her safety is not something we need to worry about. Since she wants to leave by herself, we will take care of her." Xiao Junyan didn't say anything. She just looked at the chubby baby, her expression changing slightly. No one knew what she was thinking. "Many thanks, Patriarch Shao." Yuer respectfully bowed to him and thanked him. The Shao clan's patriarch smiled, and then he gazed at her and said, "Yunshi, your master is acquainted with my clan's ancestor. Since you've come here, then stay for a few more days before you leave. I'll let Junyan bring you around our Shao family's immortal island. It won't be too late to leave after 2 days." Hearing this, Yuer thought for a moment. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Xiao Junyan immediately agree. "Second uncle, don't worry, I will bring her around to play as a host." Xiao Junyan said. When she looked at Yin Shi, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Chapter 49:19. Seeing this, Patriarch Xiao instructed Xiao Junyan to bring her around to have a look. After watching the two people and one beast leave, an elder stroked his beard and said, I really didn't expect that she was the disciple of Emperor Qing. It seems that this lion can't come back. Ha, it's fine. After all, it only advanced after eating her elixir. It could be considered to be fated with her and should belong to her. Patriarch Xiao Junyan waved his hand and said with a smile, it was just a divine beast. He wouldn't be too calculative. On this side, the people in the hall were sitting and chatting about some things. On the other side, Xiao Junyan brought you to the Xiao family's immortal residence to have a look around. On the other side, Feng Jiu brought her two sons to the immortal island. When the flying ship arrived at the immortal island, she brought them down from the flying ship and took a deep breath before walking towards the boundary. She threw out the flying feather from her waist and sat on it. She reached out and hugged her two sons who were sitting on her left and right. She smiled and said to them, Look, this is our home. After Mother has cleared all the potential dangers, I will bring you back to live here. Mother, this place is really beautiful. It's like a fairyland. It's even more beautiful than Master's Cloud Sky Mountain and immortal Elder Lingmu's place. How? Or said as he looked at everything below with shining eyes. Mother, there's a rainbow bridge over there. How? Pointed at the rainbow bridge with a surprised look on his little face. Yes, Mother will bring you there to have a look. Feng Jiu said with a smile and led them to the rainbow bridge. They didn't get down to walk but sat on the flying feather and slowly flew over. The two children stretched out their hands to touch it, as if they could feel the rainbow between their palms. That kind of feeling was very strange. Everything here is formed by the immortal qi. It's all real and won't disappear. Other than here, the other places are also very beautiful. Some time ago, Mother took over the immortal island of another great emperor. Now that the two islands have merged, the place has expanded a lot. Even if you want to tour the entire immortal island, I reckon that you won't be able to do it without 2 or 3 days. Feng Jiu chuckled and led them to the immortal residence. She said, because Du Fan and the rest can't come up, there are fewer people here now. But during this period of time, I brought a few interesting people over. One of them is a very good cook. Later, I'll let her cook something delicious for you. Okay. The eyes of the two brightened as they responded in a crisp voice. Then they thought of their father and asked, Mother, when will Father be able to come up and be with us? Your father's situation is not very good, but when he wakes up, it's estimated that the day of ascension will not be far away. She said softly and rubbed their heads. She smiled and said, Don't worry about him. He's nurturing his spirit. It's very safe there and nothing will happen to him. If we wait for too long and he doesn't come up, then Mother will think a way to break through the isolation of the heaven realm of the 9 heavens and bring you down to find him. Mother, will Grandfather and the others come here to live with us in the future? Muchen asked. He missed his relatives in the distant land. Hearing this, Feng Jiu smiled and said softly, As long as they want to come, naturally they can come up and live with us. However, the Feng family's old house is where your grandfather and great-grandfather grew up. They have feelings for it. They might not want to leave it. In the future, even if the two places are separated, as long as the heaven realm is connected, it will be very convenient to go back and forth. Chapter 49:20. Sister Feng, Songmi, stood in front of the door and waved her hand. Seeing the red figure return, her face was full of excitement. She just looked at the two delicate and good-looking children beside her with some surprise. Feng Jiu brought the two children to a stop in front of the door. Putting away the flying feather, she smiled at Songmi. What are you doing here? Did you know that I was coming back? No, I was going to take a stroll in the forest. I didn't expect to see Sister Feng here. As she spoke, she stared at the two children and asked curiously, Sister Feng, who are they? These are my two sons, Xinyuan Hao and Xinyuan Yukin. Feng Jiu turned to the two children. She's Songmi the one Mother told you about. She's the one who can cook a lot of delicious food. However, when the two of them heard her words, they looked at each other. Hao said, Mother, She called you elder sister. Can we still call her elder sister? Feng Jiu paused for a moment, then smiled. Then how about Auntie? Annie is already old. I'm still young. Just call me Mia. Mia said with a smile. Her bright eyes turned and looked at Feng Jiu. She said somewhat embarrassedly, I have been thinking about it during this period of time. This, that. Can I also call you master like Uncle Tai and the others? I want to stay here too. Feng Jiu raised a brow. Recognize me as your master? Stay here with me? Don't you still want to travel around and cultivate? I think this place is pretty good. It's big, and there are a lot of treasures in the forest, so... She looked at her with a fawning smile. More importantly, she was the Empress of the Phoenix. With such a big golden thigh in front of her, if she didn't hug it, wouldn't she be scolded to death by her father and brothers when she got home? Moreover, she did like her. Although she was the Empress and the Phoenix Master, she did not have the feeling of being high and mighty when interacting with others. Instead, she was very amiable. During this period of time, her strength and cultivation had also increased while living on this immortal island. Moreover, the environment here was really good. If she didn't acknowledge her as her master, it wouldn't be good for her to continue staying here. Thus, after thinking about it, the best way was to let her accept her. Then, she would be able to stay here with a clear conscience. Master, please take me in. Anyway, you lack a cook by your side, so I'll take care of all the meals here in the future. She stepped forward and held her hand coquettishly. Seeing this, Feng Jiu smiled and said, All right, let's go in first. Later, make some food for the two children and let them nourish their bodies. All right. She smiled and looked at Hao and Muchun. Let's go in. I've recently developed a new dish. I'll cook it for you later. Once inside, Song Mi went to cook while Feng Jiu brought the two children to the courtyard she had reserved for them. Tai Song and Yun Yang came to pay their respects when they heard that Feng Jiu had returned. They were also surprised that Feng Jiu had two children of this age. After all, there was no one else on this immortal island other than a few of them. They also didn't hear anything about her other relatives. Suddenly, she brought two children back and said that they were her children. The two were naturally surprised. Chapter 49:21. After paying their respects, the two of them retreated. After they left, Har asked, Mother, why did you want to bring them here? Even though there was no one by their mother's side to order around now, when Du Fan and the rest came up in the future, there would be no need to worry about not having people by her side. Therefore, he was puzzled as to why she would accept those two people who did not seem to have any special characteristics. Tai Song is a very outstanding weapon refiner. Keeping him is naturally to allow him to refine some weapons and the like in the future. She looked at the two children with a smile and said, As long as he is talented and you feel that he is useful, you can keep him here. Hearing this, the two nodded, but in their hearts, they were thinking about their mother's words. As long as he was talented, no matter what kind of person he was, she could keep him for her own use. Because of their arrival, the Fire Phoenix, Old White, and the rest also came in front of the two and circled around them. Seeing this, Feng Jiu smiled and said to the few contracted beasts, All right, you can all disperse. Saying this, she looked at the two children and said, You two take a rest first. I will call you when it's time to eat. Tomorrow, Mother will accompany you to take a look around. Okay, the two of them responded. After watching her and the contracted beasts leave, they went to the courtyard their mother had prepared for them to rest. The difference between this place and their master's Cloud Sky Mountain was that there were transformed immortal servants here. Some of these immortal servants were transformed from red-crowned cranes. Some were transformed from flowers and spirit herbs, so they could be ordered around. Moreover, this place was also big. The two of them each had an exquisite and secluded courtyard, and there was also a distance between them. For them who often stayed in the cave, naturally, they preferred this kind of secluded and elegant courtyard. Compared to their comfort and happiness in this immortal abode, Yuer, on the other side, was extremely bored. Even with that Xiao Junyan accompanying her to go sightseeing, she still had a look of complete lack of interest. After staying for 2 days with great difficulty, early in the morning, she ran to the Xiao family's head and said that she wanted to leave. You're leaving? Not staying for a few more days? Xiao family's head asked, looking at that little person with a smile on his face. No, I'm leaving. She blinked her beautiful eyes at him and said. Seeing this, he nodded and said, Fine, then I'll send you off. Come with me. As he spoke, he walked out and gestured for her to follow. Yu-Er's face showed a smile and promptly followed. He brought her to the exit of the immortal island. Looking at the sky outside, he smiled and said, In the future, if you have the chance, come and walk around with your master. Our Xiao clan welcomes you at any time. All right. Many thanks to Xiao family head. She bowed to him like a little adult and said. Patriarch Xiao nodded his head and turned around to take a look before asking. When you came to look for me, Junyin didn't know. I didn't tell him. I came out early. Because they live in the same courtyard, but there was also a front courtyard and a back courtyard, he naturally didn't know that she had woken up early. Hearing this, Patriarch Xiao didn't say anything else. He only said, All right, take care of yourself along the way. Finished speaking, he flicked his sleeve, and an opening appeared in the spirit formation in front of him. The next instant, Yu was sent out. Chapter 49:22. As soon as he turned around, he saw Xiao Junyin rushing over from afar. Seeing this, he paused and waited for him to arrive before saying, You're late. When Xiao Junyin heard this, his eyes flashed and he looked towards the clouds, but her figure was already gone. In fact, he knew that she had been discharged from the hospital early, but he had rushed to see his grandfather early to ask for permission to leave the island. But in the end, he was not allowed. After so many years, this is the first time I've seen you care so much about someone. Patriarch Xiao looked at him with his hands behind his back and said, Work hard on your cultivation. In the near future, you will also have to leave the island to travel. She is the disciple of Emperor Qing. At that time, if you want to see her, you can go to Cloud Sky Mountain to pay a visit. Perhaps it was because he heard his words, but his originally somewhat disappointed expression was swept away, and what replaced it was a look of anticipation. He cupped his hands and thanked him. Many thanks, second uncle. I understand. After saying that, he didn't stay any longer and turned to leave. Seeing that he had recovered his usual vigor, Patriarch Xiao sighed softly and followed him back. On the other side, Yu, who had been sent away, directly landed on a stage in the city below. There were two cultivators fighting on the stage, but who would have thought that just after the victor was decided, the winner was caught off guard by Yu, who had fallen from the sky and knocked him unconscious on the stage. This scene happened so quickly that the cultivators below the stage did not even have time to react. They just looked at the little girl who suddenly fell from the sky in astonishment. The surroundings became silent because of this sudden scene. After a strange silence, the crowd below the stage went into an uproar and everyone started to discuss. Where did this child come from? Why did she fall from the sky? What's going on? Why did she knock someone unconscious? This is too outrageous. Who would throw such a young child down from the sky? It doesn't seem like she was thrown. Just now, there seemed to be a stream of air supporting her down. Otherwise, that person who was knocked unconscious would not be standing there in a daze without any reaction. Yes, I also saw it just now. When this child fell, there was a very strong aura protecting her. After she fell on that cultivator, that aura disappeared. The people below the stage were discussing, and Yu, who was sitting on the back of that person, was also startled. She lowered her head and looked at the person she was sitting on. She hurriedly stood up, patted her little butt, and tidied up her little dress while she was at it. Looking left and right, she wanted to get down from the stage, but she saw that the people around her were all staring at her, as if they were looking at a rare animal. Make way, I want to go down. Yu got down from the stage. Child, where did you come from? Where are your parents? Don't tell me you want to leave, just like that, after knocking him out? A cultivator asked. At the same time, he blocked her path, not allowing her to leave. Yu raised her head and looked towards that person, and seeing his pair of small eyes looking at her, she asked, You won't let me go? Of course you can't go. You knocked someone unconscious, so how can you just walk away? Naturally, you have to compensate something. That cultivator said with a light smile. Chapter 49:23. After Yu glanced at that person, she turned around and looked at the person she had knocked out. She said in a soft and tender voice, He was only knocked out by me. He's not injured. He'll wake up in a while. Ah, who said that? Call out your family's lord. That cultivator crossed his arms and sneered. Yura rolled her eyes and looked at him with a sweet smile. Okay. As soon as her voice fell, she moved her mind. With a flash of light, a majestic lion appeared in front of everyone. Roar. A lion's roar, accompanied by the pressure of a divine beast, instantly scared off the surrounding people. Even the cultivator in front of them retreated in shock and fell to the ground in a moment of carelessness. Yu patted the lion beside her and said with a smile, "What do you want to say? Tell it." Everyone looked at the lion that had suddenly appeared, and they were all dumbfounded with their eyes wide open. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, who would believe that such a little girl actually had such a powerful contract beast? This is a divine beast, a cultivator said, and involuntarily stepped back. For a little girl to have such a powerful contract beast, there were only two possibilities. One was that she was born in an extremely prominent family. The other was that she had an extremely powerful backer behind her. No matter which one it was, they didn't dare to provoke them. The surrounding people automatically opened up a path for her. Even the cultivator who had previously blocked her path hurriedly got up and retreated to the side. His gaze was somewhat fiery and somewhat fearful as he looked at the lion. A divine beast. How could such a powerful contract beast be contracted by such a child? Seeing that the crowd opened up a path, the lion lay down and allowed its little master to climb on its back. Yu summoned the lion. Naturally, she didn't want to hide in the space. After all, she was a child outside. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, it was best to have something to shock them so that those with evil intentions wouldn't dare to have any ideas about her. Therefore, after the lion lay down, she turned over and rode on its back. Only then did she walk through the path that the crowd had opened up. Riding the lion, she walked on the streets of the city, looking for an inn to stay at. A divine beast came out of the city. Moreover, it was a little girl who was wandering around on the streets. Once the news spread, the city lord of the city personally came out to see what was going on. "City lord, it's that little girl." A guard pointed at the entrance of the inn in front of them and said, "She's looking for an inn to stay at." The city lord looked at the scene in front of him with his hands behind his back. Because the lion was too conspicuous, everywhere it went, there would be a circle of people watching it. Yes, she should be a foreigner. Moreover, she doesn't have any relatives in this city, so she can only find an inn to stay. However, because that lion is too scary, those inns don't dare to receive her. The guard said in a low voice. Seeing this, the city master paused for a moment before walking forward. When the surrounding people saw that the city lord had arrived, they automatically opened up a path for him. Yu, who was riding the lion, saw that the crowd had retreated. She turned her head and saw a middle-aged man walking towards her. She didn't say anything and only looked at him. Chapter 49:24. Since she had God Beast accompanying her at such a young age, it could be seen that she either came from a big clan or had a powerful backer behind her. Since she had come to the city, as the city lord, he had to make things convenient for her, as the host. Yu thought for a bit, and seeing she couldn't find a place to stay in the inn, and also seeing this person was the city lord, she nodded her head at once, then revealed a pure and happy smile. "Many thanks, city lord. Then I will disturb you." Look, at such a young age, her bearing was natural and unrestrained. It could be seen that her background was not ordinary. Everyone in the surroundings thought inwardly, and their gaze fell on that child. All of them were guessing which sect she came from. Seeing she nodded her head, the city lord immediately took her to the city lord residence. Seeing this, everyone in the city discussed for a while, then they dispersed. Not to mention the city lord receiving her. Even if the city lord didn't appear personally, that little girl had God Beast guarding her side, so ordinary people also didn't dare to rashly make a move against her. In the city lord residence, the city lord personally took Yu to a courtyard, then said to her with a smile, "Little girl, I still don't know what your name is. Can you tell me?" Yu looked at this courtyard, and again looked at this city lord. Hearing his self-introduction, she heard that his surname was Gua. Gua clan was a big clan here, and he was elected as the city lord by all the clans in the city. After roughly understanding some matters, hearing his question, she thought for a bit, then said, "My name is Yunqi." "Oh, Yunqi, where are you from? Why are you here alone?" City Lord Gua asked in surprise. Yu sweetly smiled and crisply said, "My master doesn't like me to spread his name everywhere." After that, Yu asked again, "City Lord, which great emperor's territory is this place?" Hearing her say that he couldn't spread her master's name everywhere, the city lord pondered, who was her master? When he heard her asking about the great emperor of this region, he couldn't help but smile and said, "The great emperor of this territory is surnamed Shao, known as the South Heaven Great Emperor. He is one of the 10 great emperors. You're just a little kid. Why are you asking about this?" So to say, this place is the territory of Southern Heaven Great Emperor? I heard that a very powerful great emperor had ascended some time ago. Is her territory very far from here? Yuxian asked, somewhat anxious in her heart. When this Shao clan's master sent her away, why did he send her to their Shao clan's territory? Why didn't he send her a bit further? You're talking about Empress Phoenix Master. She is the first empress in thousands of years. Moreover, she is also an extraordinary character. The city lord smiled and walked to the table in the courtyard. He sat down and said, "Her territory is indeed quite far from here. After all, the territories are different." As he spoke, he looked at the little girl who had a conflicted expression and asked with a smile, "You're so young, so why are you so interested in those big shots? That kind of person isn't someone you and I can meet." However, she just lay on the table listlessly. She sighed and said, "I'm just curious. I also want to see her, but who would have thought that she was so far away?" Finished speaking, she again sat up and asked, "If we go from here, how long will it take to fly?" Chapter 49:25. As he spoke, he looked at the little girl and said, "You rest here first. The journey is long, so there's no need to rush. However, you want to go to such a far place. Do your family elders know?" After all, she was such a young child. Even if she had a mythological beast to protect her, it was still somewhat inappropriate. They know. You immediately nodded and said, but her eyes flashed. She reckoned that her master already knew that she had sneaked out, but she didn't know whether her master would be angry or not. "Then you rest first. If you need anything, just instruct the maid to do it, or go to the front courtyard to find me." Gua family's master stood up, and after saying a few words, he left first. Because such a little girl had come to the mansion, the people below also didn't know her origin. Therefore, he instructed them to treat her as an honored guest, and not let the people below be impudent. Ewer walked around this courtyard, looked all around, and then walked to the largest room in the middle to rest. In the city lord's mansion, because of the city lord's instructions, the people in the mansion didn't dare to disturb that little honored guest. But at noon the next day, the old ancestor of the city lord's mansion, who was also the city lord's old ancestor, came out of seclusion. When he heard that a little girl had come to the mansion, and there was also a mythological beast accompanying her, he sent someone to summon the city lord to inquire about it. "Old ancestor," that child said that she's called Yunqi, and she came out to gain experience under the order of her master. But from her words and deeds, we know that she wants to go to the territory of Empress Phoenix Master. Because she is young, natural, and unrestrained, and also has a mythological beast accompanying her, so we invited her to the mansion to rest. Gua family's master respectfully reported everything he knew about Yunqi to the old ancestor, who was sitting at the stone table in the courtyard. This was the old ancestor of their Gua family. Their Gua family was able to become the city lord precisely because of the existence of this old ancestor. After all, his father, grandfather, and great-grandfather had all died after failing to break through. Now, the Gua family only had one ancestor left to hold down the fort. If it weren't for this ancestor, the Gua family probably wouldn't even be able to squeeze into the aristocratic circle in the city. The old man had a head full of white hair and a white beard. He wore a plain white robe and was drinking tea as he listened to the young man's words. After a long time, he said, I just received an invitation yesterday. An old friend of mine invited me to a banquet. If that child is really as you say, I can give her a ride." Hearing this, Patriarch Guo was stunned. He asked carefully, "Old ancestor, are you going to attend the banquet in the territory of the Empress Phoenix Master?" "Not bad." The old man stroked his beard and smiled. "Speaking of which, I haven't seen this old friend of mine for a long time. This time, it's because he's been in seclusion for many years and has broken through to the next level. That's why he invited me." Knowing that his ancestor had such a powerful old friend, Patriarch Guo was overjoyed. He immediately said, "Shall I summon Cloud 7 for you to meet?" The old man paused for a moment. He flicked his sleeves and stood up, saying, "No need. Bring me there. I'll go take a look first." "Yes." Patriarch Guo respectfully replied and brought him to the small courtyard. Although Yu had left Cloud Sky Mountain, she didn't stop cultivating when the conditions permitted. For example, at this moment, she was practicing her fist technique over and over again in the courtyard. Chapter 49:26. Seeing his family's old ancestor was calmly observing the little girl in the courtyard, Guo family's master also didn't speak, only quietly waited at one side. The old man looked for a while, but he was also unable to see which family this little girl's style belonged to. Then his gaze fell on that lion that was lying at the corner. It was indeed a mythological beast, but this aura should be a mythological beast that had just advanced. Merely, no matter when it had advanced, such a small child being able to contract with this mythological beast was indeed not simple. The lion was lying at the corner of the courtyard, looking at the two people at the entrance of the courtyard. After all, this was their place, so it didn't roar at them, only reminding its master. After practicing for a while, Yu stopped. Then looking towards the entrance of the courtyard, she softly called out, "City Lord?" Cough. City Lord Guo lightly coughed, then looking at his family's old ancestor. After seeing his old ancestor enter the courtyard, he hurriedly followed in while saying with a smile, "Yin Shi, this is my Guo family's old ancestor. He just happened to pass by, so he conveniently came to see if you were accustomed to living here." Hearing this, Yuer's beautiful big eyes curved, and looking at the two people with a smile, "Many thanks, City Lord. This place is very good. Little girl is called Yin Shi." The old man looked at the little girl in front of him and asked, Yuer nodded her head. Seeing her not alarmed, not afraid, and smiling appearance, the old man's smile deepened and said, "I heard you want to go to the territory of Empress Phoenix Master. Are you going to visit your relatives, or go home?" "Going to play," Yuer said with a smile. "So, you don't have a destination?" The old man asked again. Yuer rolled her eyes, but didn't speak. The old man stroked his beard. Then walking to the table and sitting down, he said, "This old man has received an invitation from an old friend, and in these 2 days, I plan to attend a banquet. If you're also going there, then I can also give you a ride, so as to save you the trouble of rushing all the way." Hearing this, Yuer asked, "Starting from here, how long will it take for you to reach there?" If it was also a month, then why should she follow him? When she said these words, it actually made the two people startled for a moment. Then glancing at Yin Shi, a hint of smile flashed through their eyes. As soon as the little girl said those words, they knew what she meant. He dared to think that if they went together at the same time as she went alone, would she still plan to go alone? The old man smiled and stroked his beard. He looked at Patriarch Guo and asked, "How long did you tell her?" Replying to old ancestor, "I told Cloud 7 that it would take more than a month at the earliest." Patriarch Guo said. The old man nodded and looked at Cloud 7. He smiled and said, 10 days will be enough for me." 10 days? Yu was happy, and with her eyes wide open, she said in pleasant surprise, "Really only 10 days? All right, I'll go with you." 10 days, that would shorten a lot of time. She would be a fool not to go with him. Hearing those words, the old man chuckled. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly heard his stomach grumbling, and he was taken aback. My stomach is hungry." Yuer touched her stomach without any trace of uneasiness. "I'll get someone to prepare some food," Patriarch Guo said as he turned around and left. The old man looked at her and asked with a smile, "You still haven't abstained from food?" "I usually eat. Only by eating can I grow up." Yu said in deadly earnest. Chapter 49:27. Yes. Patriarch Guo replied and glanced at Cloud 7. It seemed that this child was very fond of their old ancestor. One must know that in the entire Guo family, no one dared to speak to their old ancestor in such a casual manner. Next day, early in the morning, Guo family's master passed the prepared dry food, pastries, and so on to Yu and said, "There is meat, dry food, as well as some pastries and so on. All of them can be stored for a long time, so it should be enough for you to eat on the way." "Many thanks, City Lord." Yu received the food and thanked him. "Okay, come up." The old man had unknowingly released a small flying ship. It looked simple and plain. Moreover, it wasn't big. "Goodbye." Yu waved her hand and jumped into the small flying ship. Because she had kept the lion in her space, although the ship was small, there was still some space for two people to sit. No matter if they wanted to sit or lie down, they could sit. The city lord below waved his hand, and the small flying ship flew into the clouds. In an instant, it disappeared into the clouds. Seeing this, the city lord watched for a while before turning around and walking back. He didn't expect that the old ancestor, who had not gone out for a long time, would be willing to bring along such a child. However, this time, with the old ancestor accompanying her, that child Cloud 7 should be able to safely reach the place she wanted to go on the other side, in the Immortal Island, because Fengjiu told Songmi that she wanted to raise the two children to be stronger. The food for these few days could be said to be mainly for the two children. On one hand, Fengjiu wasn't idle. She brought the two children to walk around the Immortal Island that she had merged with. On the other hand, she guided them in their cultivation and let them learn more from each other. It could be said that with their mother accompanying them, although the days here were happy and fulfilling, it was also not easy. However, the two children were also happy because they had their mother accompanying them here. On this day, Fengjiu called the two children over. Looking at her two sons, her eyes were filled with love and gentleness as she said, "Mother will bring you to walk around the city below. It's also good for you to practice and learn how to adapt to any problems." Hearing this, the two children looked at each other and asked, "Mother, if we continue like this, won't our identity be exposed?" "What's so difficult about that? I just need to disguise myself." She chuckled, pinched the two children's cheeks, and said, "I heard you two say that your master also let you two train alone. Then let Mother see your ability to adapt. When you go down, Mother will only watch from the sidelines and will not help you." "Mother, don't worry, we won't let you down." The two immediately said, Mistress, I want to go too." Songmi jogged in. "I'll cook for you." Fengjiu smiled, glanced at her, and said, "All right, you can come along too." Mu Chan hesitated for a moment, then looked at his mother and asked, "Mother, are you going to send us away after bringing us out for training?" Compared to his master's Cloud Sky Mountain, he wanted to stay by his mother's side more. Fengjiu rubbed his furrowed brows with both hands and said with a smile, "Don't frown so much at such a young age. Don't worry, I won't send you back so soon. In a few days, Mother will take you to visit your uncle Mo Chun." Chapter 49:28. Fengjiu left her communication jades with Tai Song and Yunyang, asking them to send her a message if someone called Yuan Jing went to the island for medical treatment. The next day, after everything was arranged properly, she took the two children and Songmi out of the island. On the other side, Yu followed the old ancestor of the Guo family in a spaceship. She sat on the edge of the ship and looked at the clouds passing by outside. She blinked and said, "How can this ship fly so fast? It's much faster than flying on swords and ordinary magic tools." The old man stroked his beard and narrowed his eyes, saying, "Of course it's because my spaceship is not an ordinary magic tool. Otherwise, why would I tell you that we can arrive in about 10 days? Even so, Grandpa Guo, can we go down and rest for a while?" Yu lay on the edge of the ship and looked at him with her beautiful eyes. "Well, rest? You can rest on this spaceship." He took a look inside the ship. The place was still big. How did she want to rest? Seeing this, Yu sighed with the appearance of a little adult and very vexed said, "You don't eat 5 grains, and even the 3 urgent matters are exempted. but what I eat is still 5 grains. I need to go to the bathroom. Hearing this, the old man was stunned. He looked at her up and down and frowned, asking, "So you want to go to the bathroom?" Why didn't he think that this child had the problem of going to the bathroom? Looks like he's just bringing trouble to me along the way. Yes, yes. Ewer nodded quickly. She had been holding it in all the way. But seeing that he didn't want to stop and rest, she couldn't help but ask. Seeing this, the old man waved his sleeves, and the flying ship descended and landed in a small forest. He walked around for a while and said to Cloud 7, "Go quickly. Don't go too far." "Okay," Ewer answered. She got out of the spaceship and ran to the place where there were many weeds in the forest. The old man walked around with his hands clasped behind his back and stretched his body. He closed his eyes and listened to the rustling of the leaves in the forest and the chirping of the birds on the branches. He took a deep breath, frowned, and opened his eyes. There was the smell of blood in the air. The smell of blood was blown away by the breeze. He didn't know where it came from. He slowed down and walked in one direction. After walking about 50 meters, he saw Chun Heng's corpse on the ground about 100 meters away. He paused for a moment. He felt that it was best not to be curious about this kind of thing, lest he got into trouble that he should not get into. However, just as he was about to withdraw his gaze and turn around to leave, he felt a divine sense lock onto him. When he felt a divine sense descend upon him, his body stiffened and he immediately retreated. A wisp of vigilance flashed through his eyes, because just that divine sense alone was enough to make him feel a powerful pressure and killing intent. Swish! Just as he was retreating, a sharp sound cut through the air and attacked Eldergwa at an extremely fast speed. Eldergwa quickly dodged with his instincts and saw the air current shoot into a big tree beside him with a whoosh. Taking a closer look, it was a sleeved arrow that was only as thick as a little finger. It was suffused with a black glow. From the black glow on the tip of the arrow, it could be seen that the arrow was highly toxic. Chapter 49:29. At this moment, Old Gwa's complexion sunk. The other party suddenly attacked him with killing intent. This was simply a method of silencing him, and he had merely glanced at those corpses, that's all, and that person actually wanted to kill him. This clearly showed how vicious his heart was. Who asked you to have bad luck? Unfortunately, you met this lord here. A gloomy and cold voice came over. The next moment, from approximately 100 meters away, several black figures rushed over with extremely fast speed. Along with this, a murderous aura also rushed over. Old Gwa's sleeves turned, and he grasped his wide sleeves in his palm. At the same time, the spiritual aura on his body surged, and at the same time, a powerful airflow gushed out. At the same time, a fist heavily struck towards that figure in front of him. Whoosh! The speed was fast, and the strength was heavy, bringing about a swift and fierce whistling sound. Immediately afterwards, a pung sound was heard as the fist heavily landed on the chest of that black figure. However, at the same time that the black figure let out a muffled groan and was sent flying dozens of meters away, Old Gwa also quickly withdrew his hand and let it fall to the side of his body. Fresh blood seeped out from his loosened hand and dripped into the soil on the ground. That person had armor on his chest. Moreover, it was that kind of armor with sharp iron. Kill! A kill order was shouted, and several figures attacked. Carrying a gloomy and cold, killing intent, they directly approached Old Gwa, intending to take his life in an instant. Old Gwa's figure slightly swayed, and the blood dripping from his hand had unknowingly turned into a dark purple color. Even his palm had swollen, suffused with a deadly dark purple color. His lips were also suffused with a layer of dark purple color, and cold sweat seeped out from his forehead. At the same time, he spat out a mouthful of blood from his mouth and rapidly retreated to avoid the attack of those several people. He was fighting with all his might. Merely, the poison flowed along his hand and his chi into his body, making the poison in his body even more profound. At the same time, his fighting speed also gradually weakened, and his dodging figure also slowed down a lot. And precisely because of this, not long after, his body was covered with wounds. Hearing the movement, Ewer trotted back but when she saw the scene in front of her, she was stupefied. She had just gone to relieve herself. But how did Gua family's old ancestor become like this? Seeing one of the black-robed people chopping towards old Gua with a sword, she was startled and promptly shouted, "Lion, save him!" The moment she spoke, a flash of light shot out and pounced on old Gua. At the same time, it took him away. Then, with a few leaps, it retreated to the spaceship further away and put him down. Pooh! Old Gua spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at the small figure running forward, his pupils shrank, and he exclaimed in an old voice, "No, run." How could a small child be a match for those people? If she went up, she would be courting death. After the lion put him down, he quickly ran to his little master. At the same time, the silhouettes saw the child who had suddenly jumped out. One of them turned the sword in his hand and attacked the little girl. Facing the incoming killing intent, the little face of Ewer was calm and collected. Facing the long sword in the hand of the opposite party, she didn't pull out her dagger. Rather, with a turn of her hand, a whip made a pa sound in the air, and, with a shio sound, that whip rolled towards that long sword. Chapter 49:30. The flame burned head-on, and that black-robed man instinctively cried out in alarm. His hand loosened, and the sword in his hand was seized by the long whip. Shio! The long whip threw the sword towards one of the figures who was rushing towards the airship. Shio! A chill came from behind, and that black-robed man instinctively dodged. Just when he dodged sideways, he saw the long sword piercing through the big tree not far away. That person's gloomy and cold eyes narrowed, and looking back, his gaze landed on that little girl who was holding the whip in her hand, and his whole body was covered with dense, killing intent. Courting death. With a cold shout, that person turned back and attacked towards that little girl. Roar! Lion roared and pounced towards that black-robed man in front and started to tear and bite. Yuer's small body strength naturally couldn't be compared to the other party, but she had the advantage in her wonderful movement technique. Moreover, she also had the ancient divine whip in her hand, which increased her fighting strength by several levels. But even so, those few people besieged her, and she also wasn't their opponent. She was forcefully holding on, but she didn't know that those few black-robed men were shocked and astonished. One must know that along with the battle, they would also attack with their pressure, but this little girl was actually able to withstand their pressure. Moreover, she was nimbly dodging their sword. Needless to say, this didn't surprise them. And at the dark place, that leader who didn't appear narrowed his eyes and stared at the strange whip in the hand of that little girl. His eyes flashed, and don't know what he thought, but suddenly he opened his mouth and shouted, "Retreat!" With this order, although those few people didn't understand, but they also quickly retreated to a place where the whip couldn't attack, and stopped. Their bloodthirsty eyes were still staring at that little girl who was different from them. This child was very strange. She looked like a 5 or 6 years old little girl, but once the battle started, the aura of her body changed, and her moves were also extremely swift and fierce. Her attacks were specifically aimed at their fatal points. While fighting with them, she didn't panic. Instead, she used killing moves as if she didn't care about her life. They had killed so many people, but this was the first time they encountered such a strange child. Ewer was holding a whip in one hand and a dagger in the other hand. Lion was also guarding beside her. At this moment, one person and one beast vigilantly stared at that person who came out from behind the tree. It was a person whose entire body was hidden in a black cloak. He was also wearing a mask on his face. She couldn't see his face, but she could see that his cold eyes were staring at her. No, to be precise, he was staring at the whip in her hand. Ancient God striking whip. He narrowed his eyes, and there was a trace of surprise in his cold voice. "You are the disciple of Emperor Qing." Yes, Ewer didn't deny, rather directly admitted. Because these people were all very strong, she couldn't win, so she could only use her master's name to save her life. I heard that the Qing Emperor obtained the ancient holy whip from the Lingmu immortal and gave it to his disciple. I didn't expect that I would encounter it one day, he said with an indescribable expression as he stared at Ewer and the whip in her hand. The next moment, The corner of his mouth twitched. Since you are the beloved disciple of Emperor Qing, then so be it, withdraw. He retracted his gaze and turned around. Then, raising his cloak, he prepared to leave. Wait a moment. You were promptly called out to stop him. Seeing that person stopped, she said, Give me the antidote. That old Guo was poisoned. If she didn't have the antidote, then wouldn't he die? Chapter 49:31. Hearing what was said, that masked man sneered. Then turning his head to look at Yura, he said, This lord only heard that Qing Emperor had received few disciples, but didn't expect that there was also such an old fellow. Antidote, Yura stubbornly said, staring at that little girl. Seeing her eyes were not alarmed and fearless, and instead as if a little beast was staring at him, he pulled up the corner of his mouth. Then, throwing a bottle to her, he turned around and left. Seeing their master throwing out the antidote, a touch of surprise flashed through the eyes of several black-robed people. Apparently, they didn't expect that their master would actually give her the antidote. Several figures disappeared extremely quickly. After they left, Yu secretly sighed in relief, then quickly came to the airship. And at this time, old Guo, who had been holding on until now, seeing Yu dashing over, finally couldn't hold on and fainted. Yu opened the bottle and smelled it. In any case, she had studied medicine for a long time, so naturally she could distinguish clearly if it was poison or antidote. Seeing it was indeed antidote, she quickly poured out the antidote from the bottle and stuffed it into old Guo's mouth. Shui, drink some more water, Yu said, then took out her own water and poured it into his mouth. Although the water poured down, it also drenched old Guo's blood-stained robe. On the other side, several people who followed their master looked at each other. Then one of them bravely asked, Master, is that little girl really Qing Emperor's disciple? Why didn't we kill her? Even if we kill her and seize that whip in her hand, I reckon no one will know. What a joke. That masked man walking in front sneered. Then glancing at that person who spoke, he said, That whip in the hands of that little girl is ancient times God-beating whip. But if it falls into the hands of other people, then that whip, however, would be a sect-exterminating ominous weapon. What's more, Qing Emperor, that person can give the whip to his disciple. So how could he not have a way to protect his disciple? Do you believe that if we really lay our hands on that little girl, Qing Emperor will certainly appear? Hearing this, several people were startled, then somewhat hesitantly said, This is impossible, right? Impossible? Humph. That's because you all don't know how terrifying Qing Emperor is. He narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists behind his back. He seemed to have thought of something, and his breathing became heavier. It was precisely because he knew how terrifying the great emperor's strength was that he guessed that she was the Qing Emperor's disciple after recognizing that the whip in the little girl's hand was the holy whip. If he hadn't recognized her at that time and killed her, the Qing Emperor would probably chase him to the ends of the earth to exterminate his entire family. Hearing their master's words, they looked at each other and felt a lingering fear in their hearts. Even their master was so afraid of her. Fortunately, they didn't kill that little girl earlier. In the woods, the complexion of old Guo, who had taken the antidote, gradually improved. Merely he was still unconscious, and the airship was unable to take him away, so Yu could only wait here for him to wake up. In the evening, old Guo regained consciousness. He slowly opened his eyes and saw the little girl staring at him with her hands supporting her chin. Her eyes widened in surprise. You're awake. Master Guo was a little confused and surprised. He had never thought that this little girl would actually be the disciple of Qing Emperor. He still remembered the scene of her looking for that person for the antidote before he lost consciousness. The feeling in his heart was somewhat indescribable. I didn't expect you to be the disciple of Qing Emperor. If not for you today, I'm afraid this old man would have died here. Chapter 49:32. Now you are injured. Do you want to recuperate for 2 days? Yu tilted her head and asked, I can recuperate on the spaceship. He looked all around, and knowing that they were still in the forest, he immediately thought, and the spaceship started to fly. Although the sky was getting dark, but the light of Night Pearl on the spaceship was still very clear. Along with the spaceship flying, you also lied on the ground and looked at the dark sky outside. While thinking about those people, she again looked at Old Gua and asked, "Who are those people? Aren't you very powerful? How come you can't defeat them?" Old Gua was half lying on the ground, and hearing her words, he said, "They are people of Kill Alliance. They are an assassin organization, and each of them is extremely powerful. Moreover, this old man also didn't expect that they were wearing soft armor with thorns on their body. After being poisoned by the soft armor, naturally I am not their opponent. Otherwise, even if I am not their opponent, I wouldn't have nearly lost my life in their hands." Finished speaking, he looked at her and said, "Fortunately, you are the disciple of Emperor Qing. Otherwise today, we would have to hand over our lives here." Hearing this, Yuer smiled and said, "Didn't expect my master's name is really useful." The two of them chatted until it was late into the night before they stopped to rest. The spaceship flew slowly towards their destination. Several days later, Old Gua and Yuer came down from the spaceship. Putting away the small spaceship, Old Gua said, "Not far ahead is the town where my old friend's family is located. Follow me to rest first. If you want to leave, it won't be too late to leave after 1 or 2 days. After all, on the way here, the speed is faster than we expected." Yuer thought for a bit, then nodded. "Okay." One big, one small, two people walked toward the town. After entering the town, Old Gua looked at the bustling place and sighed. "I haven't come here for too many years. Didn't expect the change to be so big. Wait a moment, I will ask the way." Finished speaking, he stood beside Yuer and waited. Then he went to a small stall and asked. Yuer stood on the street and looked all around. The city was unceasingly shouting, and on both sides of the street there were 3 or 4-story small buildings and shops in great numbers. And on the street there were all kinds of small stalls. She noticed that there was someone selling cotton candy, and her eyes couldn't help but shone. After that, she quickly walked towards that small stall. "I want a cotton candy." Yuer raised her head, and looking at that big cotton candy, her eyes shone. "Okay, I'll give you one now," the peddler said with a smile. He held a bamboo stick in his hand and began to roll another cotton candy. As he held the bamboo stick in his hand, it finally took shape. It turned out to be a big white cotton candy. "Here, take it." The peddler smiled and handed it to her. He saw the child hand over a silver coin. Just as he was about to give her the change, he heard her wave her hand and say that there was no need for change. Yuer was somewhat reluctant to eat the cotton candy in her hand, but looking at that big flower, her eyes narrowed with a smile. While walking, she carefully stuck out her little tongue and lightly licked it. And so delicious! The sweet taste spread on the tip of her tongue, and she happily smiled. However, just when she returned to Old Gua's place, she heard a burst of noise accompanied by a cry of alarm. Be startled, be startled. Quickly get out of the way. Quickly get out of the way." Chapter 49:33. Quickly get out of the way. Quickly get out of the way. Yuer was eating her cotton candy, and hearing the sound, she looked towards the direction of the sound, and saw a spirit beast carriage had lost control and was crazily running on the street. Yuer calmly licked the cotton candy again, and seeing that spirit beast carriage was running over, under the exclamation and pity of those people in the surroundings, her little figure lightly moved towards the railing of the 2nd floor of the restaurant and sat down. That little figure was sitting on the railing of the 2nd floor, and her 2 legs were still dangling outside. One of her hands was holding a pillar to stabilize her body, and the other hand was holding a cotton candy to eat. At the same time, she was curiously looking at that spirit beast carriage that was crazily running and crashing into a stall, causing the things in that stall to scatter in all directions. The people in the surroundings were stunned, looking at that little child who was dangling her pair of short legs on the railing of the 2nd floor. Such a small child. They thought that she would be sent flying, but they didn't expect that this little girl's skill was so agile. At this moment, Old Gua was startled. Then raising his head to look, he saw that little girl who was sitting on the railing was looking at him with a smile. "Can't we eat first? My stomach is hungry," Yuer sweetly said, revealing a pure and lovely smile. While eating the cotton candy in her hand, she discovered that even if she was unwilling to eat, the cotton candy was gradually becoming smaller. Seeing this, Old Gua nodded his head and said with a smile, "Okay, You first find a place to sit upstairs. I will go up now. Finished speaking, he walked towards inside the restaurant. During this journey together, he also knew that this child didn't eat even a grain of seclusion pill, but compared to ordinary children, she was indeed more sensible and hardworking. On the journey together, she only ate dry food, pastries, and so on, and she didn't have any objection. Now that she had this condition to enter the restaurant, she should eat a good meal. The chaos on the street still hadn't dispersed, but the city guards quickly rushed over to deal with it. Many people saw that little girl's graceful and nimble movements, so from time to time, they would look towards the second floor of the restaurant. After you finished eating the cotton candy, she sat at the table and waited for the dishes to be served. Long before Olga came up, she had already let the waiter order the dishes. You weren't startled just now, right? Olga sat down and asked. No, those two beasts were startled, but they didn't hit me. Ewer said, while playing with the teacup on the table. She asked, Grandpa Gua, is your friend's house far from here? It's not that far away. There's no hurry. Now that we're in the city, it won't be too late to go after a meal. Old Gua said with a smile. He looked down at the street and saw the city guards rushing over. Two spirit beasts that had gone out of control for some reason were killed. Blood splattered all over the ground. He frowned slightly, as if he did not expect the city guards' law enforcement to be so bloody and violent. Those two beasts truly died unjustly. Ur supported her cheek with her hand, and when she turned her head and saw the scene below, she couldn't help but lightly sigh. Oh, Old Guo was surprised by her words. Just a moment ago, I smelled the herbal smell on their body, which can make beasts go crazy. Said while playing with the teacup on the table. Oldwood didn't ask any more questions. There were some things in the city that they shouldn't meddle in. They should learn to ignore them. Otherwise, they would only bring trouble to themselves. Chapter 49:34. At the same time, the disguised Fengjiu led Mu Chun, Hao and Song Mi into the city. They looked very ordinary and didn't attract any attention as they strolled along the streets. After all, they were wearing the most ordinary clothes, concealing their strength, cultivation, and aura, and changing their appearances. They were so ordinary that they were like passers-by on the street, so no one would pay special attention to them. Mother, let's rest here tonight. We'll leave tomorrow. Hao whispered as he looked around. When he saw the cotton candy, his eyes flashed. If my sister was here, she would definitely want to eat that cotton candy. At this moment, his sister, Yor, was immersed in the delicious food and simply didn't notice the scene on the street. Therefore, she didn't know that her mother, whom she missed so much, was on the street downstairs at this moment. This pig trotter is delicious, Yor said vaguely as she picked up a piece of meat and ate it hungrily. Olga smiled. Eat slowly, no one will snatch it from you. He then scooped a bowl of soup for her. Come, drink some soup, don't choke. And, Yu answered vaguely as she ate the stew on the table. Downstairs, Fengjiu and the others walked along the streets. After looking around, Song Mi said, Master, there's an inn in front. Let's rest there first. All right, we'll rest here today and see if there's anything we need to buy. Buy everything. Fengjiu nodded and went with her to the inn in front. While eating, Yu suddenly felt as if she had heard her mother's voice. She stopped chopsticks and looked all around, but she didn't see her mother's iconic red dress. Adding on to the fact that there were many people on the street, it made Yor wonder if it was her misperception. After all, she didn't see her mother's familiar figure on the streets. What's wrong? Olga asked as he looked at the streets. Nothing. Yor shook her head, her small face wrinkling. Her originally good appetite was lost because of disappointment. Seeing that she didn't want to say more, Olga didn't ask and only said, Then try this, it's not bad. He then picked up some delicious food in her bowl. After walking for a while, Fengjiu suddenly stopped. She felt as if there was a familiar aura around, but when she looked around, she didn't see any familiar people or things. Mu Chun felt her strangeness and looked up to ask, Mother, what's wrong? There's a familiar aura around here. Fengjiu said softly and looked around, but found nothing. She could only murmur with a smile, I'm thinking too much. With that said, she led the children to the inn. Not long after Feng Jiao and others entered the inn, Old Gua also came out of the inn with Yu and walked towards the direction of his old friend clan. And the direction they were walking was exactly the opposite direction of Feng Jiao and others. Chapter 49:35. Who are you? Who are you looking for? A head popped out from the crack of the door, and after sizing up the two people, he asked, I'm your family's ancestor. Old Gua's voice paused for a moment, and he thought about the name of his old friend, as well as the ancestor from who knows how many generations ago. Therefore, he paused for a moment. But just like this, before he could finish his words, he saw the complexion of the gatekeeper sunk and became extremely unsightly. At the same time, he retracted his head and scolded, Audacious! Where did this shameless person come from? You actually dare to speak arrogant words, offend my family's ancestor. After he scolded, the door that had opened a crack was closed with a bang. The speed was so fast that Old Gua was stunned for a moment, and he was somewhat unable to react. In any case, he was a dignified immortal, and this gatekeeper actually didn't know etiquette like this. He was truly condescending. His complexion slightly sunk, and his brows slightly wrinkled. When he was about to knock on the door again, he saw the door open and several figures holding sticks ran out. Beat him fiercely for me. This person actually dares to offend our ancestor. Beat him for me. That gatekeeper fiercely ordered. Yu, who was eating spirit fruit at the back, couldn't help but be stunned when she saw this scene. Her pair of beautiful eyes opened wide. Seeing those people rushing out, she didn't run, rather stepped forward and came to the side of Old Gua and curiously asked, Did you knock on the wrong door? Old Gua took a deep breath and frowned. When he saw some people rushing at him with sticks in their hands, he waved his sleeves and pushed them all away. After that, he shouted in a deep voice, I am an old friend of your ancestor. I came to the banquet at his invitation. Hearing this, those people who were repelled were startled and couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. They knew that their ancestor had recently attended the banquet, but could it be that this old man in front of them was also a guest? If it was really like this, then they would really be in trouble if they offended the noble guest. The gatekeeper was stunned for a moment, and looking at him, he cautiously asked, May I ask, honorable sir, what is your surname? Surname is Gua. He frowned and said. Hearing this, the gatekeeper's legs couldn't help but go soft. He bent his knees and directly knelt down. This lowly one has eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please don't blame me. Old Gua didn't speak, rather walked inside with Yu. When the people inside saw them, they promptly welcomed them to the hall, and some quickly went to report. Because Yu had just eaten her fill, she also couldn't sit still, so she swayed all around, sometimes touching this, sometimes looking at this, while waiting for someone to come. Old Gua didn't say anything. He just picked up the teacup and drank it calmly and comfortably. Ha ha, Brother Gua, I've been waiting for you to come. An old man strode in. Before he arrived, his laughter had already reached their ears. Yu curiously looked over and saw that person was also an old-looking old man, but his aura was very powerful. He was wearing a gray-colored robe, and his simple aura, however, couldn't be ignored. Yu clan's gate is not easy to enter. It wasn't easy for me to come here, but I was almost kicked out. Old Gua didn't move from his seat and was playing with the teacup in his hand. Looking at that old friend who was quickly approaching, he lightly snorted to show his dissatisfaction. Hearing this, Yu clan's ancestor was startled and said in surprise, There is such a matter? I really didn't know. Saying this, without waiting for him to speak, he turned around and instructed the people behind him with a dark face. Chapter 49:36. Old Brother Gua, I apologize to you here. It's my subordinates who didn't discipline them well. Please don't take offense. He walked forward with a smile and cupped his hands. Looking at the little girl in the hall, he asked in astonishment, Brother Gua, this is that Old Gua looked at Cloud 7, thought for a moment, and said, This is my little friend called Cloud 7. She came together with you and will probably disturb you for 2 days. Hearing this, he was astonished in his heart, but he didn't ask much. He just smiled and said, So it's like this. Since she is Brother Gua's little friend, then she's also my Yu residence's guest. Not to mention 1 or 2 days, even staying for 10 days to half a month is not a problem. Saying this, he smiled and said, Brother Gua, my breakthrough this time is a joyous occasion. I should personally go and invite her, but I have been in seclusion for many years. Every time I go out, my old friends come and visit me, so no matter, the distance between the two places is not close. Going back and forth will take time. It's the same for me to come. Old Gua waved his hand and said, Time flies in the blink of an eye. If it wasn't for Brother Gua, I wouldn't be here today. He sighed with emotion, looking at Old Gua with eyes full of gratitude. Yu looked at them from the side. Both of them were chatting. Listening to their conversation, it seemed that Old Gua had saved him many years ago. This time he was able to advance, so he specially invited him over to congratulate him. After chatting for a while, he said to Old Gua and Cloud 7, You must be tired after a long journey. I will bring you to the courtyard to rest for a while. Thus, both of them followed him to the guest courtyard. On the way, Old Gua asked, How many people did you invite to the banquet? Have the others arrived? I have been in seclusion for so many years, but I only have 1 or 2 old friends. Other than you, there's only Old Man Zung. The others are people from some clans in the city. Old Yu said, After I came out of seclusion, I heard that the current great emperor here is a female emperor called Phoenix Master. Have you heard of this person's origin? Hearing the matter of her mother being mentioned, the eyes of Yu who was following beside her flashed, and she raised her head to look at them. This Empress Phoenix Master is an incredible figure. Eldegwa said. He looked at him and said, Do you know what happened to the Northern Flame Emperor a while ago? Hearing this, Eldu nodded his head, stroked his beard, and said, Yes, I heard that his soul has been extinguished, and this matter is precisely the handiwork of this Empress Phoenix Master. That's right. She's an incredible lord. This matter has shaken the entire upper immortal world. I reckon that the other great emperors have also heard about this matter. They also know about the means and strength of this Empress Phoenix Master. However, no one has made any moves during this period. It can be said that this Empress Phoenix Master's strength is universally acknowledged. Eldergwa praised, and then said with a little regret, It's just that this Empress Phoenix Master is extremely mysterious. I only heard that this person likes to dress in red, and her red clothes flutters in the wind. Moreover, her appearance is extremely beautiful, and her peerless figure and bearing are unforgettable in one's lifetime. Ewer smiled with curved eyes. She liked to hear people praise her mother the most. This made her happier than praising her. Chapter 49:37. Okay, Ewer answered with a beaming smile. Then looking towards Old Gua, she said, Then I'll go and sleep for a while. Okay. Old Gua nodded his head, and after seeing her enter the courtyard, he followed Old Yu to another courtyard. Both of them entered the courtyard, but Old Yu didn't leave. Instead, he let people serve tea and snacks, then sat down at the table in the courtyard. At this time, there were no outsiders, so Old Yu asked, Why are you calling this Yin Chi little friend? What's her origin? I see that you take care of her very much. Why is that? Hee. Her origin is indeed not simple. She was brought to the mansion by the descendants of my family. Hearing that she wanted to come here, and I just happened to want to attend the banquet, so I brought her along. Old Gwa smiled and said, Don't look at her young age. Her mentality and calmness when encountering trouble is not comparable to an ordinary child. Hearing his high evaluation of a 5 or 6-year-old child, Old Yu was stunned for a moment, but didn't say anything. Instead, he inquired about his situation in recent years. After drinking tea and sitting for a while in the courtyard, he smiled and stood up. That's fine. You first rest for a while, so that if we continue to chat, you won't even have time to rest. This time, no matter what, you should stay for a few more days so that we can properly gather. Okay, you first go and busy yourself. Old Gwa also stood up, preparing to send him out of the hospital. At this time, both of them suddenly heard a loud bang sound coming from the front. Along with that loud sound, there was also a fluctuation of airflow. Hearing this sound, Old Yu looked towards the front, his brows slightly wrinkled, and said to Old Gwa, You rest. I'll go and see what's going on. Finished speaking, he walked out. Old Guo originally wanted to follow him to take a look, but thinking that his strength after advancing was also not low, moreover, Yu family also had many strong people. Even if something really happened, they could also deal with it. Thus, after standing in the courtyard for a while, he turned around and walked toward the side room. At the entrance of Yu family, an old man was sent flying by a palm, and his whole body smashed towards the entrance of Yu family. That strength was so strong that even the entire entrance was smashed to the ground. PFFF. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood, and with a deathly pale complexion, he looked back and saw several people who had chased him all the way. Then he struggled to stand up. Who dares to behave atrociously here? The people in the Yu clan quickly came out after hearing the commotion. When they saw an old man lying on the ground vomiting blood at the smashed door, they couldn't help but be startled. "Who are you?" a middle-aged man shouted. His brows were tightly knitted together as his sharp gaze fell on the few people. There were 4 people, 2 men who looked to be in their 40s or 50s, a woman in her 30s, and an old man in his 60s. The few of them released a strong, killing intent. At this time, their eyes were not looking at the people around them, but at the old man who was struggling to stand up. Elder Zhang, the old ancestor of the Yu clan, who had heard the commotion, saw the old man struggling to stand up and could not help but look at him in astonishment. "Why is it you? What's wrong with you?" As she spoke, she quickly stepped forward and came to his side to support him. "Old Yu, I'm really sorry for the trouble I've caused you." Cough, cough. He looked at him apologetically. As soon as he finished speaking, he started coughing, and blood flowed out of his mouth. Chapter 49:38. At this moment, even though he was not dead, he was severely injured and probably could not fight anymore. Even though he knew that he had lured people to the Yu family to put them in danger, but if he did not do so, he would not even have a chance of survival. Humans were selfish. At this moment, he did not even care about diverting the trouble, and only hoped for a chance of survival. When the Yu family patriarch and the Yu family managing elders who follow behind heard that this person was someone the elder ancestor knew, their expressions changed slightly. This person had lured the trouble to their Yu family, and this was putting them in danger. This kind of person only cared about his own life and death, and did not care about the safety of others. To put it bluntly, this kind of person was selfish. Elder ancestor. The middle-aged man stepped forward and called out in a low voice. Seeing that he was still supporting the old man, he said, "Elder ancestor, shouldn't we not interfere in this matter?" Elder Yu's face darkened slightly, as if he did not hear the words behind him. He supported Elder Zhang and looked at the 4 people. His aged voice was low and full of energy. "Who are you people? Why did you use such a fatal move? How did he offend you? Why did you have to kill him?" "I don't know them. I just bought a treasure at the auction when I came here. I wanted to congratulate you on your advancement, but I did not expect to be targeted by these 4 people and chased all the way here," Elder Zhang said weakly. Hearing this, Elder Yu's eyes flashed slightly. After glancing at him, he looked at the 4 people opposite him and said, "Gentlemen, how about giving me some face? If you stop now, we will not pursue this matter further." Elder Yu opened his mouth and said, his gaze falling on the few people, "Give you some face? Who are you? You have a lot of face." A middle-aged man sneered and said, "We will take his life today." As his voice fell, the sharp sword in his hand instantly attacked towards Elder Zhang. "Hold him!" Elder Yu pushed him to the people behind him to support him. With a turn of his palm, a palm wind attacked towards the middle-aged man with a whoosh. Although the middle-aged man's aura was fierce, he was still pushed back by the opponent's palm. His figure retreated a few meters before he managed to stabilize himself. For a moment, the expression on his face changed slightly, and even his eyes darkened. Seeing this, the other 3 people's expressions changed slightly, and their gazes also darkened a little and fell on Elder Yu in unison. Elder Yu cupped his hands towards them and said, "Gentlemen, I don't know where you came from, but today he is a guest that I invited. There is no reason to let a guest die in front of my Yu family's door. Please leave." "You are Yu Qingji?" The old man stared at Elder Yu with narrowed eyes and asked. Elder Yu's expression. Qingji, Elder Yu's face. Qingji's Elder Yu, Elder Yu. Seeing this, he paused for a moment, then looked at him and said, "It's understandable that you're protecting him out of morality. Since this person was invited by you, then I'll give you face and not kill him in front of your clan. However, if you dare to stop us outside your clan's gate, then don't blame us for being impolite. Let's go." The old man shouted in a low voice and turned to leave. At the same time, the three people following him also quickly left, and a visible massacre came to an end. After sending the people in and settling them down, the Yu family elder walked out, looked at the figure waiting outside the courtyard, and walked up. Chapter 49:39. The old ancestor of Yu clan walked with his hands behind his back and came to a tree outside the courtyard. He lightly sighed, "AI, how could I not know? But now that he is seriously injured and has come here by invitation, could it be that we can only watch him die?" He shook his head and said, "I have already sent a message to the people of Zhang clan to let them send someone to pick him up and escort him back." Hearing this, the head of Yu clan loosened his brows and said, "Old ancestor, I feel that his way of doing things today is not too good. This kind of person is not worthy of our Yu clan to take such a big risk to protect. Okay, I know what I'm doing." He waved his hand and left without saying anything else. In the evening, when the sky gradually darkened, a figure quietly sneaked into the Yu clan and came to the side of the well in the backyard of the Yu clan. Unscrewing the cap of the small bottle in his hand, he poured some medicine into the well water. That figure came quietly, and no matter if it was in the open or in the dark, the people of Yu clan did not see him. When Yu woke up, the sky had already darkened. She stretched her body and yawned as she walked out of the courtyard. After asking a servant, she went to the courtyard of Old Gua. "Grandpa Gua?" Yu called out, but did not see anyone coming out. She then asked the servant girl outside the courtyard, "Is he also sleeping? Maybe the door is always locked, and I did not see him coming out." As the maidservant spoke, she looked inside and continued, "There's a welcoming banquet prepared in the front yard. The old ancestor has especially prepared this banquet for the two of you. Young miss, please go." "Welcome banquet?" Yu frowned and pouted her little mouth. "I dislike eating a welcome banquet the most. It is very boring." She felt very bored and rolled her eyes. She rolled her eyes and said with a sly smile, "How about this? Since he is still sleeping and has not woken up, you wait for him to wake up and tell him that I went out to stroll around the night market. Tell him not to look for me, and I will be back later." Saying this, Yu did not wait for the servant girl's response. She immediately giggled and skipped towards the front courtyard's gate. Why is the gate broken?" When Yu arrived at the entrance, she saw that the entrance was no longer there. At this moment, it was empty, but there were several guards guarding there. She couldn't help but feel surprised. Something happened today. The main door was smashed. It will take tomorrow to reinstall it. One of the guards recognized her as an important guest to the residence and said, "So that's how it is." Yu nodded her head, but in her heart, she felt strange. Someone actually dared to smash the door of Yu clan? From what Old Man Yu had said, it seemed that after his advancement, the Yu clan's strength had increased a little. He didn't expect that there would still be someone who dared to smash his door. It seemed that either he wasn't strong enough, or the person who smashed his door was stronger. She shrugged her shoulders. Since it had nothing to do with her, she walked out of the door. When Mother used to take us to the night market, the most we would find was delicious food. Yu said while walking. She was skipping and hopping on the street. Seeing something fun, she would go over to take a look. Seeing something delicious, she would go over buy some. If only Mother and Big Brother were also here. She blinked her eyes, and a longing expression appeared on her little face. But at this time, she didn't know that Fengjiu was taking the two children and Songmi out of the inn. They were also preparing to stroll around the night market. Chapter 49:40. "Okay," Fengjiu replied with a smile. Letting her lead the way, they walked towards the night market of West Street. Fengjiu leisurely walked, looking at her two well-behaved and obedient sons. Her eyes flashed with gentle, doting expression. With a smile on her lips, she said to them, "If you see something you like, just say it. Mother will buy it for you." Hearing this, both of them raised their head and looked towards her. With a smile on their face, they replied, Okay, thank you, Mother. As a matter of fact, they were also rich. Inside their space, there were many treasures, not to mention money. After all, both of them were boys, so they didn't have much interest in some small things. They just held their mother's hand and walked on the street, looking at this bustling night market. Arriving at the night market of West Street, they found a small stall on the roadside and sat down to eat some things. Meanwhile, Yer also arrived at West Street by herself. She had strolled all the way here and heard that the night market of West Street was the most bustling, so she came here. Alms bowl cake? Is this a pastry? Yer curiously stopped in front of a small stall. She raised her head and looked at that transparent thing inserted in the side, as well as 3 words hanging in front of the stall. This is a very delicious pastry, little sister. Do you want to buy one to try? The stall selling Alms bowl cake was a youth. Seeing Yer standing in front of him and curiously looking at him, he took out another alms bowl cake and poured it out. Then, using a bamboo stick, he handed it over to Yer. Yer took it and tasted a mouthful. Feeling soft and bouncy, it was very delicious. Her eyes couldn't help but lit up. Then, taking out money, she handed it over to him. I also want 10 to take away. Okay. The youth smiled and swiftly packed 10 alms bowl for her. Then, giving her the change, he said, "Come again if you like." Yer answered with a smile. After taking the alms bowl cake, she stored it inside her space. Shortly afterwards, she walked towards the next stall. While eating alms bowl cake, she looked at the things in another stall. Is this candy? Give me half a gene. While speaking, she again took out money and handed it over. After walking to several stalls, she ate until her stomach was full. She walked to one side and stopped. Then, touching her stomach, she burped. I'm so full. I can't eat anymore. But what if I still want to eat? She muttered to herself and looked around. Then, she walked towards the main street. When she saw a place with candy figurines, her eyes lit up. She ran over and shouted, I want a candy figurine. Make one just like me. Mu Chun, who was eating at the stall, suddenly stopped and looked around as if he was looking for something. What's wrong? Feng Jiu asked as he looked around. The street was bustling with people coming and going. The shouts and the chatter of the people on the street overlapped. It could be said that it was very chaotic. I think I heard my sister's voice. Mu Chun said. He didn't know if it was the telepathy of the twins, but he kept feeling that his sister was around. Hearing this, Feng Jiu raised his eyebrows and did not say anything. Instead, he released his divine sense and scanned the surroundings. The search of the divine sense was naturally not something that the naked eye could compare to. The divine sense swept past one person after another. Even if there were so many people on the street, it would not miss anyone. Chapter 49-41. That little girl is buying sweets over there. Feng Jiu shook his head. Hearing their mother's words, Mu Chun and Hao Er's eyes lit up. They quickly stood up and looked in the direction their mother was looking, but they could not see where Yer was. Little sister? Master is talking about that little girl. Mi also quickly stood up and looked left and right, but she could not see anyone. Over there, Feng Jiu said and walked forward. Yu was looking at the peddler who was kneading the sweets. She looked at him with her big eyes and said, Kneaded according to my appearance. Make it look better. Little sister. How? And Mu Chun came over and shouted when they saw her. Yer, who was staring at the sweets, was startled when she heard the familiar voice. She turned around and saw 2 figures running over. When she saw the 2 figures, she was stunned for a moment. She was not familiar with their faces, but she was familiar with their figures and the expression in their eyes. She did not need to think to know that they were her 2 brothers in disguise. She couldn't help but smile happily and ran over to them. Big brother, little sister, we finally found you. Are you okay? Did you encounter any danger outside alone? How? Held her hand and looked at her in front of him, unable to hide the joy in his eyes. Don't you know that we would be worried if you ran around? Mu Chun scolded with a straight face, acting like an older brother. Yer stuck out her little tongue. Feeling somewhat guilty and also somewhat guilty, she said, I also miss Mother, so I secretly ran out, but you all don't need to worry. I am very well. I didn't encounter any danger. As he spoke, he asked in a low voice, "That is master angry with me? Is he very angry? Since you were worried that your master would be angry, why did you sneak out?" A voice sounded, and you widened her eyes in astonishment. She looked at the person slowly walking over. It was obviously not her mother's face, but that voice was her mother's voice. "Mother?" she called out in astonishment. She couldn't believe it. Feng Jiu walked over and looked at her little face full of astonishment. She was originally worried about her and wanted to scold her, but when she saw this soft little girl, she couldn't bring herself to scold her. "Have you suffered? Did you get hurt while you were out there? Did you not eat well? Why did you lose weight?" Feng Jiu caressed her daughter's head and pinched her arm. Although she was pinching her soft flesh, she still felt that she had lost weight. "Woo, Mother! I miss Mother so much. I miss Mother so much." Ewer slowly came back to her senses, then threw herself into her mother's bosom and cried. Hearing his youngest daughter's words, Feng Jiu's heart ached, and he felt guilty. All right, don't cry. Be good." She wiped away the tears on her face and said, "Do you know that Mother will be worried if you run out alone? If something happened to you, what do you want Mother to do?" "Mother, I'm sorry. Ewer didn't listen to Mother and Master." She whispered and hung her head because of guilt. Chapter 49-42. When Ewer heard this, she immediately looked at her big brother foolishly. Her big brother's soft knife was much more powerful than her big brother's stern face when he reprimanded her. This was making her vexed for secretly running away. If she didn't take advantage of their absence to secretly run away, she would be able to wait for her mother's arrival on the mountain and leave together with her mother. Thinking of this, she lowered her head sadly and said, "I know my mistake. I really know my mistake. In the future, I won't be disobedient anymore." Seeing this, Hao didn't say anything else. He only patted her shoulder and said, "Master went out to handle some matters and just happened to meet you here. Before Master returns, we will stay by Mother's side. There are a lot of people here, and it's also noisy. Let's go to the restaurant in front to sit for a while." Mira, who was at the side, said, while curiously looking at that little girl. She didn't expect that she would dare to run away alone at such a young age. Truly formidable, worthy of being Master's child. All right, Feng Jiu agreed and brought the children to the restaurant in front. Going to the second floor of the restaurant, they found a relatively quiet place to sit. Feng Jiu then asked, "Ewer, how long have you been here? Where are you staying now?" "Mother, I came together with Grandpa Gua, so I didn't go on the road alone. Now I'm staying at Grandpa Gua's friend's house. I originally wanted to go and find Mother after 2 days," she promptly said. Hearing this, Feng Jiu raised his eyebrows. "Grandpa Gua? Who is he? How did you know him?" "It's like this. When I let the little fox take me away, there was an accident. She told him about the things that happened after she left that day, as well as how she left Xiao family's place, and the reason why she came here together with Gua family's old ancestor." After listening to her, Feng Jiu nodded his head. "So to say, because you met with danger on the road, he knew your identity?" Ewer answered, then said again, "But he said that he won't tell anyone because I saved his life." "Where is the whip that your master gave you?" Feng Jiu asked. "Here." Ewer took it out and handed it over to her mother, while saying, "Mother, this whip is truly a good thing. It can be used as a whip and can also be used as a sword." Feng Jiu took a look at the whip and nodded. "This is indeed a treasure. Your master has treated you well, so I'll let you use this ancient god lashing whip." As she spoke, she smiled and handed the whip to her. "Put away. Now, this whip almost represents your identity. Even those who have never seen you before will know that you're the third disciple of Emperor Qing, Cloud 7, as long as they see this whip." They had not seen each other for a long time, and after chatting for a while in the restaurant, you said, "Mother, then I will return to you family and inform Grandpa Gua and the people of you family, lest they worry. All right, let's inform them and come to the inn. We're preparing to leave the city tomorrow. Since we've met you, why don't you come with us? We'll bring you back to the island to take a look," Feng Jiu said with a smile. "Master, let me accompany you. In a while, I'll bring her back to the inn to find you," Mir said. Chapter 49-43. With regards to her master not avoiding her and talking about this matter, she was moved in her heart and also secretly remembered to keep this secret. At this moment, regardless of whether it was in front of Yu-Er's grandfather Gua or in front of you family, it was not suitable for her master to show his face, so she could only accompany her master. After all, it was the middle of the night, and only she, this adult, could accompany her master. Only the people of Yu family and that old man Gua would let her leave this place in the middle of the night. Hearing her words, Fengjiu also didn't refuse, rather nodded his head. And you accompany her, after bidding farewell to them. Return to the inn. We will wait for you to come back. Okay, you and me, answered. Then both of them left and went downstairs. After they left, Fengjiu also took the two children and went towards the direction of the inn, preparing to go back and wait for them to come back. At this moment, although Yu family was brightly lit, but it was in a kind of strange silence. Yu took me, and walked towards Yu clan, while saying, "It's just in front. Today, I don't know why their main gate is broken. Now they can't close the gate, but there's several guards guarding there." While speaking, they arrived at the main gate, and just when Yu was preparing to enter, Songmi suddenly vigilantly pulled her, protecting her behind her back. "What's wrong?" Was startled, then raised her head and looked at her. "Something's wrong. There is a smell of blood." Songmi said, then frowning, she said, "There is a problem here." Because of her obstruction, and also because of her reminder, Yu who was standing at the main gate also smelled the smell of blood in the air, and her complexion couldn't help but slightly changed. Just at this moment, a voice came from behind them. "Since you have seen it, then stay here together." That voice was cold with killing intent, and just after this voice came out, a stream of air attacked them. The two people standing at the main gate had no way to retreat, so they could only hide inside Yu residence. But just after entering Yu residence, they sensed that the entire Yu residence was covered with an enchantment, so that the sound and the stream of air from the fight wouldn't leak out. Therefore, it also wouldn't alarm other people. And all over this residence, those people who should be guarding the main gate were all lying on the ground at this moment, and in the direction of the backyard, there were sounds of fighting and screams. "Be careful," Mir shouted. With a twist of her hand, a frying pan flew out and struck towards the person who was attacking. With a whoosh, the frying pan was flung at that person. As it flew out, it expanded as it spun, and with a bang, it smashed down from above. However, after the attack was blocked, it returned to Song Mi-er's hand. "Lion," Yu called out and looked in the direction of the rear courtyard. She said, "Go and take a look at Grandpa Gua." After all, they had been together all the way, and she didn't know what had happened. In short, protecting him was the most important thing. "Roar!" The lion roared and dashed towards the backyard. "Divine beast!" That middle-aged man who had attacked me narrowed his eyes. Then his gloomy and cold gaze fell on Yu as if he was trying to guess who she was. Such a young child actually had a divine beast accompanying him? In the rear courtyard, the old ancestor of the Yu clan and Olgwa were working together to deal with the three people who were attacking them. Most of the people in the residence were unconscious because they had eaten and drunk water. Only the two of them were still conscious because they were stronger. In addition to the fact that they hadn't eaten anything and had only drunk tea, and because of their great strength, they were able to forcefully endure. Chapter 49-44. Patriarchy was frightened at the same time. He didn't expect these people to come back and poison him. What on earth did they get from Elder Zung? How did they provoke such people to come after them? He couldn't dodge in time and was cut in the shoulder. Blood instantly oozed out, and he retreated. Bang! The fierce palm wind hit Eldergua, and he flew out. He hit the stone wall and rolled to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his breath weakened. Cough, cough. Old Gua supported himself against the wall and wanted to stand up, but he saw that the two people's attacks were already coming towards him. At this moment, he, who had nowhere to run or retreat, thought that he would be hit by the palm. Unexpectedly, a furious roar sounded out, followed by an extremely fast figure that flashed past and bit him to the side. Divine beast! The three people who were attacking him narrowed their eyes and stared at the lion who suddenly jumped out. Eldergwa was stunned when he saw that the lion saved him. Then, anxiety appeared in his eyes. "Why are you here? Take your master away from here." The lion glanced at him and said, "Master asked me to save you." Eldergwa heard this and opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. In the evening, when he found out that Yunqi had gone out to the night market, he told the gatekeeper to leave someone to wait for her. When something happened at night, he was glad that she went to the night market and did not get involved in this matter. However, he did not expect that she would come back at this time and let this mythical beast come to save him. "Where is she? Has she entered the mansion?" Eldergwa asked quickly. In the front yard, the lion said. Eldergwa's face changed, and he said, "I don't need you to protect me. Go and protect her. She's not a match for these people. Take her away quickly." Even though she was Emperor Qing's disciple, these people had obviously set up the bounded domain and array to kill everyone here. How could they let a child leave alive? Immediately, Old Gui yelled at those people, "We have no enmity with each other. Isn't it too cruel for you to annihilate our family like this? Huh, you're protecting someone you shouldn't protect and taking something you shouldn't take. So what if we kill you?" The old man among the three snorted coldly. Obviously, he didn't care about the divine beast and the two people in front of him. "I'll go get Elder Tsung to hand over the item to you. Can you stop now?" The injured Yu clan elder asked with an ashen face, panting heavily. He knew that if they continued to fight, the two people would be no match for them. If they were willing to give the thing to them, they would at least be able to survive the night. "It's the same after I kill you," the old man said and attacked the elder Yu. It was also at this moment that a black soul shadow floated out from one of the people. He floated in the air and coldly looked at the people who were fighting. His gloomy voice was filled with displeasure. "You took so long to retrieve something. What a bunch of trash." With a shout, an invisible pressure came crashing down from above towards Old Gua and the Yu clan's old ancestor. Because of this attack, the two people spat out blood and quickly retreated. They looked at the soul's shadow in shock and saw that he had already floated to a guest room in the courtyard. Not long after, he heard a shrill scream coming from inside, followed by silence. Chapter 49-45. Not long after, a soul shadow floated out from inside. Merely at this moment, that soul shadow was holding something that was suffused with a dim light in his hand. That thing was the size of a bracelet, and at the side, there were two small bells. At this moment, this thing was floating above the palm of that soul shadow, as if he was unable to hold this thing. He came to the side of one of them and said, "Keep it." "Yes, my lord." The middle-aged man responded respectfully and quickly took the item and put it away. That soul shadow swept a glance at those two old men and was too lazy to make a move. Just when he was about to enter the body of that middle-aged man to rest, he felt an extremely pure aura. Innate spiritual body? His eyes narrowed, and light flashed in his eyes, and he flew towards the place where he felt the aura. At this moment, in the inn, Feng Jiu was waiting for Song Mi and Yu to return. Merely, the more she waited, the more she felt that something was wrong. From Yu's mouth, she knew that the location of the Yu family was not far from the West Street and this inn. It was reasonable to say that they were only going to say goodbye and would not stay for long, so why hadn't they returned yet? Although was following them, her heart was still not at ease. Thinking for a bit, she turned around to look at her two sons and said, "You two wait for me here. I will go and see why they haven't returned yet." "Okay, we will wait for mother here." Both of them replied. Feng Jiu revealed a smile and rubbed their heads, saying, "The night is getting late. You two don't run around. Obediently wait here. Mother will return in a while." After saying this, she directly rushed out of the window, and with a flash, she rushed into the night. At this moment, at the entrance of the Yu residence, that middle-aged man's head was bleeding, and blood flowed down his cheeks, adding a bit of bloodthirsty aura to his originally ferocious face. He was gasping for breath, fiercely staring at that young girl who was holding a frying pan and kitchen knife in her hands. That frying pan was bigger than ordinary, and, at this moment, It was suffused with a strong airflow. With one look, he knew that it was a treasure. Merely, he never knew that there was someone whose treasure was a frying pan. Only the heavens knew that when the bottom of the wok smashed into his head, even with his cultivation protecting his body, his head actually bled from the impact. There was also that kitchen knife. Although it was called a kitchen knife, it was more like a bone knife that was used to chop large bones. The edge of the knife was cold and extremely sharp. With these two things in hand, he had been fighting with her for so long, but he was still unable to kill her. One had to know that this woman looked no more than 15 or 16 years old, especially when she was protecting the little girl behind her. These two people were so weak that they couldn't even be seen. Normally, one move would be enough to deal with them. But right now, even though the young girl's body was heavily injured, she still stubbornly protected the little girl and did not retreat in the slightest. If this continued, it would not do. Roar! Just as he was about to attack again, he suddenly heard a lion's roar. A lion suddenly pounced at him from the side. He was shocked and quickly counterattacked. "Big sister Miur, how are you? Are you all right?" Yor worriedly looked at her. Yor's body was full of big and small injuries, but all of them were because of her protection, so she wasn't injured by that person. "You have to quickly leave and go to the inn to find Master. This place is too dangerous, go." Taking advantage of the lion entangling that middle-aged man, Songmi protected her and went towards the entrance, wanted to send her away from this dangerous place as soon as possible. Chapter 49-46. Suddenly hearing that voice, Songmi, heart sunk, and instinctively protecting Yor behind her, then vigilantly looking towards the direction of the voice, she saw that it was not a person, but a soul body. "Quickly go, Songmi, push her to leave towards that door." "You think you can leave?" That soul body sneered, and with a wave of his hand, Yor, who was running towards the door, as if she had touched some kind of barrier, bounced back and fell on the ground. Seeing this, the uneasiness and worry in Songmi, heart became more and more deep. They were trapped. They couldn't escape. "Who are you? What do you want to do?" Songmi shouted loudly, then raising the kitchen knife in her hand, she pointed it towards that soul body. That soul body shot a glance at the frying pan in her hand, and a trace of dark light flashed through his eyes. "Cooking Godsong clan's person? Yes. If you are sensible, it's best not to touch us. Otherwise, our Song clan will not let you off." Clearly feeling the terrifying and powerful soul body before her eyes, Songmi could only attempt to use Song clan to scare him off, but she also knew that the aura of this soul body, who was unknown whether it was a human or a ghost, was so terrifying. Moreover, recognizing that she was a person of Song clan, she feared that he would not be easily scared off. Insignificant Song clan, nothing more. He sneered, then shooting a glance at Songmi he waved his hand and brushed her aside. Bang! Almost without any power to resist, she was brushed aside and knocked against the stone wall. Songmi screamed miserably. Then after knocking against the stone wall, she rolled on the ground and spouted out a mouthful of blood. "PFFF! Big sister me, you cried out in alarm, then ran towards her. A child with innate spiritual body, truly rarely seen. This smells really fragrant. That soul body blocked in front of you, and with an intoxicated expression, he smelled that pure and rich spiritual chi from her body. Get lost. You angrily took out her whip and lashed towards him. Shio! The red whip, as if a flame suddenly attacked, and lashed towards that soul body in front of her. That soul body had an intoxicated expression, squinted his eyes. Perhaps he felt that this child's attack also couldn't injure him, so he didn't care about it. However, when he felt an intimidating and fierce aura with a terrifying power attacking him, he was shocked. He opened his eyes and saw a red light flashing in front of him. The speed was too fast for him to see clearly, but he instinctively felt danger and dodged. He had no choice but to dodge the whip that was aimed at him from the front, but he couldn't avoid the whip that landed on half of his body with a whoosh. Hiss! A searing pain shot straight to his soul like a burning flame. It was so painful that he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. His soul quickly retreated, and only then did he look at the whip in the child's hand. God's striking whip. His brows furrowed tightly, and his face, which was not very conspicuous in the night, darkened. A dark and cold aura also spread from his soul. You are the disciple of the Azure God Emperor. There was no doubt in Zhang Xian's mind. Apart from Emperor Qing's disciple, who else would dare to hold the holy whip? Thinking about the words of Emperor Qing, and thinking that this child with innate spiritual body before his eyes was unexpectedly the disciple of Emperor Qing, his brows twitched, and a trace of unwillingness flashed through his eyes. Innate spiritual body child was so nourishing. If he refined her into a pill, then his divine soul would become even more powerful, and perhaps he might ascend to become great emperor in the near future. Chapter 49-47. There was a faint trace of hesitation in his heart. The current him still didn't have the strength to bear the fury of Qing Emperor, so he didn't dare to take this risk. But innate spiritual body was so hard to find. If he obtained her and used her to refine a pill, perhaps he could ascend to become great emperor. At that time, he would naturally be able to contend against Qing Emperor. For a moment, two thoughts floated in his heart. Reason told him not to take this risk, but there was another voice in his mind telling him not to miss this opportunity. As long as he killed all the people here, then no one would know who had taken away this disciple of Qing Emperor. Even if he really knew in the future, at that time, perhaps he would have already ascended to become great emperor. Thinking of this, the excitement in his heart sprang up again, and looking at that child who was holding God beating whip in her hand, it was as if he was looking at a rare treasure. Children were sensitive, especially facing the kind of unkind gaze. It was even more so. At this moment, seeing that unknown, whether it was a human or a ghost looking at her with that kind of strange gaze, Ur tightly grasped God beating whip in her hand and stared at him, then nervously said, I am the disciple of Qing Emperor. If you dare to touch me, my master will not let you off. Although she also didn't want to always bring out her master's name like this. But this unknown, whether it was a human or a ghost looking at her with such a terrifying gaze. She couldn't beat him, couldn't run away, and couldn't ask for help. So what could she do? Is that so? You can rest assured, your master will not know that you were captured by this one. As if he had made up his mind, he revealed a gloomy and carefree smile. Then his soul floated towards Ur. Songmi. Ur clutched her chest and crawled up, and seeing that soul moving towards Ur, she immediately shouted, Whip him. When that whip hit that soul, half of his body became somewhat transparent, and the aura of his body also weakened a bit, so that whip should be effective on him. Ur gritted her teeth, and once again lashed towards him with the whip. Merely, previously because he didn't put her attack in his eyes, but now that he knew that whip was God beating whip, he naturally wouldn't allow his soul to be injured again. Therefore, at that moment when Ur's whip was about to hit, his soul flashed and flew behind Ur, then stretched out his hand to grab her. Be careful. Seeing this, Songmi didn't care about the injuries on her body and fiercely rushed over, pushing Ur to one side. The soul body grabbed nothing but air. Killing intent flashed across its eyes as it said in a sinister voice, Since you want to die, I'll let you have a taste of the power of the soul-locking bell. As soon as his voice fell, he stretched out his illusory hand in the direction of the backyard and shouted at the same time, Soul-locking bell, come. When the middle-aged man in the backyard heard the sound, he felt a shock in his mind. Almost instinctively, he took out the small treasure that he had put away earlier. The two small bells on the treasure shook slightly and let out a clear sound. In the next moment, it was as if there was a force that sucked the item away. With a whoosh, it flew toward the front yard. Clang! The soul-locking bell fell into the soul's hand. It looked like it was being held, but it was actually being controlled by a force. Collect! He took one of the bells and shook it at Songmi. A gust of air surged, and a crisp sound rang out. Songmi fell to the ground, and a wisp of her soul was sucked out and sucked into the bell. Chapter 49-48. Ur cried out in alarm. then ran towards me who was lying on the ground. At this time, that soul body held that soul-locking bell in one hand, and the other hand grabbed towards then said with somewhat gloomy voice, "Follow this lord." When Fengjiu rushed over, she saw that Yu family was enveloped by barrier and formation. She frowned, then without any hesitation, she jumped on top of that wall. Standing on top of the wall, she just happened to see the scene below, so she immediately condensed a stream of qi with her finger and pointed it towards that soul body below. Ah! That soul body cried out in pain, then retracted his hand. Then his figure floated backwards, and his gloomy and cold gaze fiercely looked towards that person. But he saw that person was wearing ordinary clothes, and her appearance was also ordinary woman, and the only thing that made people frightened was that her ice-cold eyes contained killing intent. "Who are you? Dare to spoil this lord's good matter?" He gloomily shouted, and vigilantly stared at that person who had suddenly appeared. Fengjiu came to the side of Yu, then sizing her up, she asked, "Are you okay?" Yu knew that she couldn't let other people know the relationship between her and her mother, so when she saw her mother, she didn't call out, rather shouted, "I am fine," but he pulled out the soul of Big Sister Miur and used that thing in his hand. Hearing what was said, Fengjiu narrowed her eyes, then stared at that thing in the hand of that soul body. Next moment, a powerful stream of qi revolved in her palm, and flame rushed out towards that soul body, surrounding it. Perhaps because he sensed the strength of the other party. At this moment, he didn't care about anything else, and immediately floated towards the rear courtyard. But how could Fengjiu let him leave under her eyes? "Give me the whip." She took the whip from the hand of Yu. Then, with a swish, she threw it towards that soul body. The whip shot out nimbly, bringing with it a terrifying pressure. With a swoosh, it landed on the soul body's body. A sharp gust of wind accompanied the sound of the whip slashing through the air. Immediately after, the soul body's shrill and miserable shriek could be heard. This God-beating whip. Even cultivators were unable to bear the whip of this whip, let alone this soul body. In addition, Yu had already used her whip to weaken that soul body, and now that Fengjiu had also used her whip, that soul body became even more illusory, and that soul-locking bell in her hand also fell to the ground because of the intense pain and trembling of that soul body, giving out a sharp and clear clanging sound. Ooh! With a whoosh, the flames rushed forward and surrounded the soul body, burning it. In an instant, miserable screams could be heard, each one louder than the previous one. The spiritual power in Fengjiu's hand turned, and the bell that had fallen to the ground fell into her hand. She glanced at it, then looked at the soul body that had been burned to ashes and disappeared into the air. This was only a wisp of soul, not the person's actual body. Destroying this wisp of soul was equivalent to crippling the person's arm. Although the injury was serious, it was not fatal. Thus, this wisp of soul was destroyed, but the person was still alive. Seeing that person who was bitten by a lion was fleeing towards the rear courtyard, Yu hastily said, "There are still several people in the rear courtyard. Lion, stay behind to look after me, or you come with me," Fengjiu said, then glanced towards that lion, and simultaneously carried Yu towards the rear courtyard. "Quickly withdraw. Master's soul body has been extinguished." That middle-aged man who had fled to the rear courtyard shouted in panic. But before he could finish speaking, a flame changed into a sharp arrow and attacked from behind. Chapter 49:49. That person screamed as his body was penetrated by that fire arrow. His entire body fell to the ground while spitting out a mouthful of blood. He struggled on the ground while patting the burning flame on his body. However, that flame nevertheless couldn't be extinguished. Not long after, the sound of burning accompanied by that person's blood-curdling screams spread throughout the courtyard. Who is it? Although the 3 people in the backyard were injured, their injuries weren't fatal. On the contrary, Elder Gua and the Yu clan ancestor were barely holding on. At this moment, the 2 of them were sent flying to the ground without any strength to resist. Just as the 3 people were about to finish off the 2 of them, they saw the person who came to report being burned to death by a ball of fire. "Grandpa Gua, Seeing old Gua, whose whole body was covered with blood, Yor hastily called out. Old Gua gasped for breath and fell to the ground. He didn't even have the strength to answer her. Even the sight in front of him was somewhat strange. As for that old ancestor of Yu clan, his vision turned black and he fainted. He only saw that someone was coming towards them, but he was already unable to clearly see who that person was. Fengjiu looked at those two old men on the ground. Then with a burst of aura, even old Gua also fainted. Seeing this, those three people were somewhat startled. Just when they were about to ask her who she was, they felt a terrifying pressure along with a powerful aura pervading the air, which shook them to the point that they didn't even have the strength to open their mouth. Plop! Under that powerful pressure and aura, those three people knelt down with a plop, and cold sweat seeped into their back. They only felt their heart beating in horror, and their eyes looked towards that woman in horror. Who the hell was this person? How could her aura be so terrifying? Fengjiu handed over the whip to Yu and simultaneously walked forward. Arriving in front of those three people, he extended his finger and placed it in the space between their eyebrows. And under their shocked gaze, he began to search their soul. She wanted to know who was the real body of that soul, and what was the origin of these people. Dealing with this kind of people, the best method was to directly search their soul. Not long after, those three people fell down. Under Fengjiu's soul search, it was basically impossible for these three people to be alive. Seeing that everyone had fainted, Yor stepped forward and said, "Mother, earlier, I don't know if it was a human or a ghost, but it said that I have an innate spiritual body. It said that I was very fragrant and wanted to catch me." Hearing this, Fengjiu rubbed her head and said, "It's okay. Mother will take care of the rest. Don't worry." Because the two children had innate spiritual bodies, their bodies were covered and protected. Ordinary people would not be able to detect it. It was obvious that the true body of the soul body had an extraordinary cultivation level. However, no matter who the other party was, she would not let him off if he dared to have designs on her child. "I will wake them up, and after informing them, we will return to the inn." Fengjiu looked towards Yu and said, "Okay." Yu answered. Then her mother shot out 2 streams of qi. The 2 unconscious men groaned and slowly regained consciousness. "Grandpa Gua, those people are dead, but I also have to leave. I came back to inform you," Yu said. Then looking at the 2 people who were leaning against each other, she thought for a bit, then took out a medicinal pill and gave it to old Gua. "This medicinal pill can cure your injury. After your injury is healed, quickly return home." Chapter 4950. As far as he knew, other than those 3 disciples of Emperor Qing, there was no one else. Then who was this woman? How could she appear here and save them? Moreover, the strength of those people before was not weak, especially that soul. Was it also destroyed? Just by the strength of this woman alone? Many thanks for the grace of saving us. May I know how to address our benefactor? Elder Gua asked as he came back to his senses. His gaze landed on the woman as he tried to guess her identity and her relationship with Cloud 7. "It's just a small matter," Fengjiu said, nodding to him goodbye. Saying that, she led Yu to the front. "Goodbye, Grandfather Gua." Cloud 7 waved her hand and shouted. As for the old ancestor of Yu family who had already woken up, she automatically ignored him. Outside, Fengjiu helped the unconscious Songmi up from the ground and led Yu out of the Yu residence to the inn. Because those people were already dead, the enchantment and formation of the Yu residence also automatically disappeared. Elder Gua felt a little better after taking the medicinal pill, so he supported himself against the wall and stood up. He went forward to help Elder Yu up. As for the rest, they could only wait until tomorrow to deal with it. Hao and Mu Chun were waiting for their mother to come back in the inn. Both of them looked at the window from time to time until a few figures rushed in through the window. Both of them were startled. "Mother, what happened?" "Something happened in the Yu residence. When Sister Me, and I arrived there, we saw that the Yu residence had been set up with a boundary in formation. The people inside were either unconscious or dead. We were also trapped inside. Sister Me's soul was extracted by that thing in order to save me. Fortunately, Mother came, otherwise I would also be taken away." Yu said from the side. Although she was small, her words clearly told them the matter. At this time, Fengjiu had already placed Songmi on the bed. She took her pulse and frowned, then said to Hao and Mu Chun, "I will help to treat her wound. Let the waiter bring in some clear water." "Okay, I will go." Ow. Immediately responded and went out first. He did not let the waiter bring it in. Instead, he personally brought the water in and placed it by the bed. At this time, Mu Chun had already pulled open the screen beside the bed and retreated outside. Hao and Mu Chun were both little boys, so they retreated to wait outside the screen. Yu stood by the bedside, watching her mother help me treat her wound. When her clothes were taken off, and seeing those big and small injuries, Yu's little fist slightly clenched and said, "If it wasn't for big sister me blocking for me, perhaps now the one injured would be me." "Mother, will big sister me it be all right? Most of the wounds on her body are superficial, and her internal injuries aren't that serious either. It's not a big problem for me to treat her, but she's currently in a soul-separated state. Her body is here, but her soul has been extracted," Fengjiu said slowly as he treated Song Mi's wounds. Hearing this, Yu anxiously said, "Then can Divine Soul return? Didn't Mother bring back something called the soul-locking bell? Big Sister Mi's Divine Soul is inside that bell. Because of this soul-locking bell, Yu Clan got into trouble," Fengjiu said. Then, with a flip of her hand, that small and exquisite thing appeared in her palm. Chapter 49:51. Hearing these words, Fengjiu was startled for a moment. Then, with a smile, she said, "This thing is not an evil thing. Moreover, it is also an uncommon treasure." She smiled. Then, looking at Yu, she said, "There is no evil thing in this world. Only the human heart is evil." Her voice paused, then said, "Just like a knife, in your hand you use it to defend yourself. But in the hand of an evil person, it is used to kill people. But in the hand of Mir, she can use it to cook. Things are the same. The only difference is the person using it." Hearing this, Yu nodded her head, then crisply said, "Mother, Yu understands and will also remember." Fengjiu rubbed her head, then said, "Go outside and sit together with your two brothers. Mother will study this soul-locking bell and see how to release Mi's divine soul." "Okay," Yu answered, then walked outside the screen. With her mother here, she didn't need to worry. Seeing her coming out, Hao and Mu Chun promptly pulled her to sit at the table, then asked, "Little sister, are you tired? Do you want to go and rest first?" "I'm not tired." Yu shook her head, then sitting at the table, she said, "I will wait here for big sister Mir to wake up. Then we will accompany you." Both of them said, and accompanied her to sit here. Inside the screen, Fengjiu studied that exquisite soul-locking bell in her hand. Then, taking one of the bells, she poured in spiritual power and lightly shook it. Then a wisp of soul visible to naked eyes floated out. Seeing it was Song Mi, she immediately guided her soul to return to its place. Seeing the soul and body fusing together, she relaxed, then reached out her hand to check her pulse. After checking that there was no big problem, she got up and walked outside. "Mother, how is it?" Seeing her coming out, Yu promptly trotted forward. Her divine soul has already returned to its place. She will be able to wake up early tomorrow morning, Fengjiu said with a smile, then handed that soul-locking bell to Yu and said, "This is for you. Keep it. Perhaps you will have a use for it later." "Isn't this used to collect souls?" Yu asked, then took that soul-locking bell and played with it. The two small bells looked very exquisite, but this thing was used to lock the soul. Thinking that there might be ghosts and such things trapped inside, Yu frowned. Fengjiu smiled and said, "This is an extraordinary treasure. Not only can it lock the soul, it can also absorb the soul. Moreover, ghosts and evil beings won't dare to come close to you. After you bind this item with your blood, wear it. It won't hurt." Hearing her mother's words, Yu dripped a drop of her blood on that little thing, then wore it on her little hand. Seeing that little thing became just the right size after being worn on her wrist, she lightly shook it, and the two bells lightly swayed, issuing a clear and melodious sound. Yu couldn't help but smile. Mother, look, it looks like a small bracelet. All right, you guys must be tired today. Go wash up and rest, Fengjiu said as he rubbed her head. Originally, he only wanted them to go to Yuklan to say goodbye, but didn't expect that they would be involved in this matter. Fortunately, nothing major happened. Merely, they couldn't stay in this place for long, as they had to leave early tomorrow morning. If no one knew that Yu was the disciple of Emperor Qing, then it would be fine. But if they knew, then seeing them together, it would inevitably attract attention and investigation. Chapter 4952. The next morning, Mir woke up, but Fengjiu and the rest did not stay here for long and left around noon. Although the matter of Yu family happened last night, and at that time, there was a barrier protecting them, so they did not alarm the people in the city. But this morning, all the powers and clans in the city received the news that something happened to Yu family. Only, other than the old ancestor of Yu family and Olgua, no one knew how the matter was settled, and even more didn't know who the person who settled this matter was. Half a month later, Fengjiu's flying ship stopped in a forest outside the city. She looked at the few people beside her, then kept the flying ship. This place is not far from the city. You all can walk there, Fengjiu said, and rubbed the head of Yu beside her. Master, can we also not let my father and the rest know about Master's identity? Songmir asked. She had been recuperating on the flying ship, so her body had recovered very quickly. Because that soul's true body was in this territory, they had come here. Also, because her house was in the city just ahead, she had asked her to send them here. When the time came, she would go to work, and she would wait for her with the 3 children at her house. Now is still not the time, Fengjiu said, looking at the 3 children. Since we are already here, won't Master go in with us? Songmi looked at her and asked. Fengjiu shook her head and said, just help me take care of the 3 of them. After I finish my business, I will come to Song family to pick you all up. She was preparing to take care of that power, so it was naturally not good to take the 3 children with her. And Er's family was here, so it was best to let the children stay with her at her home for a few days. Mother, you don't need to worry about us. Master has given us experience. We have experience in surviving outside and dealing with danger. How? Said, so that she did not need to worry about them. Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled, and her eyes were full of pampering. Mother knows, you are the older brother. Look after them more. All right, go. Listen to Sister Me. Okay. Mother, you have to be careful too. We'll be waiting for you at Sister Me's place. Fengjiu nodded and looked at Song Mi. I'll leave it to you. Master, don't worry. I will take good care of them. Song Mi said with a smile and waved at her. Only then did she lead the 3 children towards the city gates. Hao and Mu Chun. These 2 people protected Yu in the middle. As her elder brothers, each of them held one of her hands as they walked. At the side of these 3 people, Song Mi followed, and her face was filled with joy and excitement. I didn't expect to return home so soon. The last time I left, I thought it would be a few years before I came back. Her eyes were full of smiles. Looking at the familiar place, her heart also flew with joy. When we get home, I'll get my brother and the others to cook for you, Song said to them. Yu's eyes shone, and looking at her, she said, Sister Me, are the things they cook so delicious? In this period of time, she would cook delicious food for them every day. Those things were beautiful, which made her mouth picky. Chapter 4953. If we suddenly go like this, won't we be disturbing? Hao asked while looking at her. No. Songmi waved her hand and said, my family members are all very good. You all don't need to worry about being uncomfortable. While speaking, Songmi led them into the city, and while introducing them to some places in the city, she said, after going to my house to rest, if you want to come out to play at night, then I will take you out again, or tomorrow is also fine. At that time, I will take you to stroll around the city. There are many fun places in the city. Miss Me has returned. Long time no see, Miss Me. Where did Miss Me go? Seeing Song Mi some hawkers in the city greeted her with a smile. Seeing this familiar appearance, Hao trio were endlessly astonished. Song Mi waved her hand to greet them, and at the same time said to the 3 people beside her, My family can be said to be unique in the city, so my status is naturally different from other families. In addition, we grew up here, so many people in the city know me. 3 people suddenly understood and followed her walking. After walking through a bustling street, they saw her turning into a relatively quiet and secluded alley, while saying, "The city is also divided into rich and powerful families' residents. See, in front of the alley, people living in this area are some of the city's aristocratic families' people. My house is in front, very easy to find." Seeing they were about to reach her house, Songmi quickened her pace, and leading them to her house, she said with a smile, "My house is here." Then she stepped forward and knocked on the door. A middle-aged man stepped forward to open the door, and seeing Songmi standing outside, his face immediately showed a happy smile. "Miss Me has returned. Quickly come in, quickly come in." Finished speaking, while opening the door to let her in, he shouted inside, "Miss Me has returned. Quickly report to Master, Madam, as well as young masters." How? Trio followed me, into Song residence, and once they entered, they smelled a very fragrant smell. 3 people couldn't help but look at each other, then looked all around. Yu took a deep breath, then looking at Songmi, her eyes shone, and said, "Big sister Me, your house is so fragrant. It must be my 3rd brother cooking something again." Me smiled and said, "Just in time, we'll have something good to eat the moment we arrive. Let's go. I'll bring you to my 3rd brother's kitchen to see what's there to eat." As she spoke, she led them to the backyard. Almost every master of the Song family had an independent big kitchen in their courtyard. Usually, they would study dishes in the kitchen in their backyard. When a middle-aged man saw Songmi, heading straight for the backyard, he called out, "Miss Me, aren't you going to meet Master and Madam first? They've been talking about you. I'll go later. Tell my parents that I'm going to 3rd brother's courtyard to eat something. I'll be there in a while." Me, said without even turning her head. Mississippi. When the maidservants saw her, they all bent their knees and bowed. They were a little surprised that she had brought 3 children back. "This is my 3rd brother's courtyard. Come, let's go to the kitchen." Meir smiled and walked towards the kitchen, indicating for the 3 to follow. Chapter 49-54. It is indeed different. From the moment they came in until now, what they saw was not something that an ordinary aristocratic family would have. In the Song family, places like pavilions and terraces, or places by the artificial mountains and ponds, their buildings would have some animals or some fruits and vegetables as decorations. Moreover, those decorations were very lifelike, as if they were real. Just the layout of this residence alone was very unique. "I want to know what me Jidya's 3rd brother made." "You," said, and trotted to the kitchen. Seeing this, Hao and Mu Chun hurriedly followed. In the kitchen, a man in green robes was holding something steaming hot in his hands. He said to Song Mi, "I just heard that you came back. I was thinking of going to see you later. I didn't expect you to come straight here. Just in time, come and try this new snack that 3rd brother made." As soon as he said that, the man in green looked at the 3 children in surprise. He then looked at Songmi, and asked, "You brought them back?" Songmi held his hand and smiled. "3rd brother, I smelled something delicious here, so I came directly." Then he looked at the 3 and said, "These 3 are my friends. I met them this time. This is Yun Chun, this is Yun Yuan, and this is Yun Chi." Then he said to Hao and the others, "This is my 3rd brother, Song Yifan." Hearing this, the 3 looked at each other and said at the same time, "Big brother Yifan. Me, rarely brings friends back. You guys are the first friend she has brought back." Song Yifan smiled and gestured to the 3. "Come, sit here. I have freshly made desserts for you guys to try." "Thank you, big brother Yifan." The 3 went to the table and sat down. The maid placed a small bowl, spoon, plate, and chopsticks in front of each of them. The things looked very delicate. "You have to eat it like this. Be careful. The soup inside will burn you," Song Yifan said, and picked up one with his chopsticks and put it on the spoon. The thin skin was not oily and was steaming. A burst of fragrance came out. "Cut a corner to let the soup flow out. Drink the soup first, Then eat this. He demonstrated, so the three children wouldn't burn their mouths. Third brother, isn't this the soup dumpling? Song picked up one and asked. I improved it. The skin is thin and there's more meat. I also used the soup stock. Song Yifan said and looked at the three children. Although they were young, they behaved well. The two boys sat there with their backs straight. The way they ate naturally revealed a sense of nobility and elegance. The three of them are so young. Does their family know that you brought them home? Song Yifan asked and glanced at his sister, who was eating without a care for her image. They know, don't worry. I didn't kidnap a child, Mir said with a smile. She blew at the soup on the spoon and drank it. Delicious, really delicious. Yor showed a satisfied smile and ate another one, while saying, Big brother Ifan, the dessert you made is really delicious. Eat more if you like. There's more to come. Chapter 49:55. We knew that little sister would come to your place the moment she came back. Song family's second son said with a smile and looked inside. When he saw his sister, he also saw the three children. I heard that little sister came back with three children. Is it them? So young? Song family's second son said and walked forward in large strides. Yiming, don't scare the children. Song family's matriarch said warmly and called out to her second son. I know, mother. I don't look scary, so how can I scare the children? Song Yiming laughed. Father, mother, eldest brother, second brother. Seeing them coming over, Mir immediately put down her chopsticks and wiped her mouth. She stood up and threw herself at her mother. Mother, Mir missed you so much. She hugged her mother's neck and rubbed against her bosom. All right. You're already an adult, and you're still hugging your mother. Song family's patriarch Song Lingbo saw his daughter hugging his wife, and his eyelids twitched. He directly grabbed his daughter's collar and pulled her away. He said unhappily, stand properly. If you don't behave properly all day, let's see how you can get married in the future. Father, why are you still so petty? I only hugged mother for a while. So what? You hug my mother to sleep every night, and my brothers, and I didn't bicker with you. Song Ermi said and stuck out her tongue at him. Song Lingbo shook his head and said to his wife beside him, You see. What is this child saying? Her skin is really itching. All right, Mir has been away from home for so long. It's rare for her to come back. Don't keep scolding her. Besides, there are three children here. Don't let others laugh at you. Song family's matriarch glared at him. Then she looked at the three children and said to Mir, where did you bring them back? Does their family know? They know. Don't worry. Song held her mother's hand and said, Come. Let me introduce you. How Trio saw the way Mir interacted with her family and the way she spoke. The three of them were stunned and somewhat stunned. They didn't expect that she was actually this kind of big sister Mir. This is my father. This is my mother. This is my eldest brother Song Yihong. This is my second brother Song Yiming. Finished speaking, she introduced the names of you, and others. They're my friends. This time, I will be staying at home for a period of time. They will also be staying at home. Mir looked at them and said, Of course, that won't be a problem. It's rare for you to bring friends back, and they're three children. Naturally, we have to treat them well. Song family head said, But you also know that your brothers sometimes go into the kitchen and don't come out for a few days, so you have to take care of them. Yes, I know. Mir nodded. Song Yihong looked at the three children thoughtfully. After a pause, he said, Their names are familiar. I heard that the three disciples of Emperor Qing also called them by these three names. Is there any connection? Hearing this, the Song family members looked at each other, then looked at the three children in surprise. Finally, they turned to Song Mir and asked silently. Song Mir was startled and asked in astonishment, Big brother, how do you know the names of the three disciples of Emperor Qing? Chapter 49:56. After all, it was Emperor Qing who said it himself. At that time, he also asked around, so he knew most of the three disciples of Emperor Qing and their names. Today, the three people his sister brought back were very similar to the disciples of Emperor Qing in terms of age and name. That was why he asked this question. Brother Yihong, you are so smart. Our master is Emperor Qing. You are said with a smile. Since they were the family of Sister and they had guessed it, it was fine to admit it. Hearing this, the eyes of the people from the Song clan flashed. They didn't expect that it was really Emperor Qing's disciple. One should know that Emperor Qing was a great emperor. He was a legendary figure. People like them could only listen to his prestige. They didn't have the chance to meet him. They didn't expect to see his 3 disciples today. Seeing this, Mir quickly said, "Father, mother, eldest brother, second brother, third brother, it's good that you know. Don't tell others." "I know, but how do you know them?" Song family head asked strangely. "Hee, I will tell you later. I can't tell you now," Mir said mysteriously. Okay, take care of them. They rarely come to the city. Tomorrow, let your eldest brother and the others accompany you to the city." Song family head said to Hao and the others, "You can treat this as your own home. If you need anything, just ask me, and let her arrange it for you." "Thank you, Uncle Song." Hao bowed. "Thank you, Uncle Song." Mu Chun and Mu Yu imitated their elder brother and bowed to express their gratitude. "Third brother, make some food for the children. When they are full, take them to rest for a while," Patriarch Song said, then looked at Song Mir and said, "Come with me." Then he turned around and walked back with his hands behind his back. Seeing this, Song Mir said to the 3, "You eat at my third brother's place. I will come and take you to the yard in a moment." Then she said to Song Yifan, "Third brother, help me take care of them." Then she quickly left the yard. Seeing that their parents and little sister had left, the 3 Song brothers couldn't help but smile. Looking at the 3 children, the eldest Song brother said, "Come, sit here. Third brother, bring 2 more baskets of desserts. It just so happens that I'm hungry." "All right, have a seat," he said and walked towards the kitchen. "Big brother Yihong, did you all rely on cooking to increase your strength?" Yor curiously asked. "Our family is a family of culinary cultivators. We have our own set of cultivation methods. It's not that cooking can improve one's strength, but the dishes we make can improve one's strength and cultivation. It's just like medicinal pills. It might be easier for you to understand." Song Yihong smiled. "You don't have to call us by our names. Just call us Big Brother Song, Second Brother Song, Third Brother Song, and that will do." "Okay," the 3 of them answered. Looking at the 2 outstanding people, it was hard to imagine that men also liked to go to the kitchen. Song Mi was called over by her father to ask about her experience on this trip. However, she kept her mouth shut and muddled through the questions. She ran to her third brother's courtyard and brought Hao and the others to rest in the courtyard. Chapter 49:57. On the other side, after Fengjiu left, she headed in another direction. From the information she obtained from searching their souls, she knew that the force was rooted in Yaoyang City. If she wanted to find the person's real body from the scattered evidence points in Yaoyang City, she would have to investigate further. She sped along at an extremely fast speed. However, Yaoyang City was not close to this place, and she stopped to rest along the way, so she did not enter Yaoyang City's territory yet. While flying, she saw that the weather suddenly changed and the wind in the sky became stronger. After thinking for a moment, she decided to find a place to rest. After walking for a while, she didn't see any residential houses. She only saw a run-down temple at the foot of a mountain. However, when she saw the run-down temple, she frowned slightly and her footsteps came to a halt. The ruined temple was located in a remote area. It was currently noon, but there was still a gloomy aura around it. It was obvious that it was an extremely dangerous place. She only paused for a moment before walking toward the ruined temple. With her current cultivation and strength, a place like this and the baleful Qi would naturally not be able to harm her. Furthermore, this place was still within her territory. It would have been fine if she had not encountered such a place of baleful Qi, but since she had encountered it, she would naturally take the opportunity to clean it up. She arrived at the entrance of the dilapidated temple and walked in. Her gaze swept over the place, and she saw that there were already a few cultivators sitting cross-legged in the temple. When they saw her enter, they glanced at her before looking away. She withdrew her gaze and walked to a corner to sit against the wall. She took out some water from her space and drank it. She had changed her appearance and restrained her aura. She was dressed in simple green clothes, so even though she was a woman, she did not attract any attention. The gloomy aura in the ruined temple was not obvious, but it was not completely undetectable. Especially for cultivators, even if they could not see it, they could more or less sense it. Now, those cultivators were also resting in such a place. She wondered if they were too confident in their strength and cultivation. Or did they not notice the hidden danger in the ruined temple at all? After drinking 2 mouthfuls of water to moisten his throat, he listened to the wind gradually become stronger. The wind blew in the dilapidated temple and the sky darkened. It seemed that a heavy rain was inevitable. Although cultivators could use spiritual energy to protect their bodies, if it wasn't an extremely urgent matter, it was fine to stop and rest to avoid the rain. Moreover, this was a place filled with Yin energy. Seeing that the storm was coming fiercely, she decided to take the opportunity to close her eyes and rest for a while. At that moment, she put away the water and closed her eyes to rest. The corner she was in was sheltered from the wind outside, and with the spiritual aura protecting her body, she didn't feel cold even though the wind was strong. After a while, he could faintly hear the sound of rain falling, gradually becoming louder and louder. The wind and rain were accompanied by the sound of muffled thunder. Perhaps it was because of the change in the weather and the howling of the wind and rain, but the atmosphere in the ruined temple gradually cooled down. Why is it getting colder and colder? This wind is giving me goosebumps. A cultivator in his 20s said as he rubbed his arms. Another person said, "There's a door over there. It'll probably be better if we use the door to block the wind." Chapter 49:58. I didn't think that there would be so many people passing by today. There are 2 carriages in front of us. They are probably here to take shelter from the rain. The cultivator in his 20s said in astonishment. He peeked through the crack in the door and saw that as their carriages drew closer, a person peeked out from the front carriage to take a look at the dilapidated temple before returning to sit in the carriage. At the same time, the 2 carriages and their entourage began to retreat until they stopped at the side of the road about 100 meters away. Strange, why are they retreating? The cultivator in his 20s said in surprise as he looked at the 2 carriages 100 meters away, as well as the entourage accompanying them. They're probably afraid of this Enchanting land and don't dare to come. A middle-aged cultivator sneered. He crossed his arms and closed his eyes to rest. A group of cowards. What Enchanting land? The other 2 cultivators asked with knitted brows. It's this ruined temple. Didn't you notice that the Enchanting here is heavier, is accompanied by a wave of killing intent? As the middle-aged cultivator spoke, he glanced at the 2 and said, "It wasn't raining before, but now that it's raining, the Enchanting here is heavier and the aura is colder." When the 2 heard this, their expressions changed, and they immediately stood up. "We didn't notice it, but since this is a place like this, we naturally can't stay here for too long lest we bring trouble to ourselves." With that, the 2 walked towards the entrance of the ruined temple. They looked at the middle-aged cultivator who was still sitting, the young cultivator who was standing by the door with a confused expression, and the azure-clothed woman who was sleeping in the corner. After hesitating for a moment, the middle-aged cultivator kindly reminded them, "I heard my master say that Enchanting is not normal. If your cultivation isn't high enough, you will be easily entangled by the Enchanting. You should quickly leave, especially that young lady over there. She is a woman and will easily be entangled by the Enchanting." Hearing this, Fengjiu opened her eyes and looked at the 2. She nodded and said, "And you 2 can leave." She remained sitting there without moving. Even a man isn't as brave as a woman. The middle-aged cultivator glanced at the 2 with disdain in his eyes. The 2 cultivators did not argue with him. Instead, they cupped their hands towards Fengjiu and bowed, saying, "Farewell, Mississippi. Take care." After saying that, they walked out. Once outside, the 2 of them used their spiritual power to protect their bodies. When the rain fell, it was blocked by the layer of spiritual power on their bodies, so they didn't get wet at all. Although using spirit force to protect their bodies consumed too much spirit force, the two of them had no other choice. They just wanted to get as far away from this place as possible, so they used spirit force to protect their bodies while flying through the wind and rain. There were 2 carriages by the side of the mountain road. Apart from the people in the 2 carriages who could shelter themselves from the rain, there were 7 or 8 people who were accompanying the carriages. At the side of the road, a small tent was set up to shelter them from the rain. The wind and rain were heavy, and the muddy road was difficult to travel on. In order to prevent the carriage from flipping over in the wind and rain and the horses from running away, they could only stop here and wait for the rain to lessen before continuing. At this moment, in the carriage in front, the middle-aged man helped cover the old man lying down with a blanket and said, "Father, the wind and rain are a little heavy right now. We can only wait for the wind and rain to subside a little before leaving." "Yes." The old man's eyes were closed and his face was pale. He answered weakly. Chapter 49:59. The baleful Yin-Chi in that place is too strong. The middle-aged man frowned and said, "But aren't there people hiding from the rain there? If they aren't afraid, then we don't have to be." The man in his 30s said. When he heard that it was a place filled with baleful Yin-Chi, he didn't think much of it. "Listen to your big brother." The old man didn't open his eyes and said weakly. He believed in his eldest son's decision. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't enter that place, they wouldn't have to stop by the roadside. Hearing his father's words, the man in his 30s didn't say anything else. "You stay here and take care of father. I'll go to the back and inform them. Then I'll go to the ruined temple to see who's inside and warn them." The middle-aged man said and prepared to get off the carriage. When the man in his 30s heard this, he couldn't help but smile. At the same time, he pulled it back and said, "Big brother, why do you care so much about those people? Maybe they aren't afraid of the baleful Yin-Chi. Besides, that has nothing to do with us. We're not related to them in any way. Why do you care so much? Instead of worrying about them, why don't you think of a way? Look, the wind and rain is so strong that our carriage is shaking. Don't tell me it's going to be overturned by the wind." The middle-aged man looked at him and said, "When you're outside, there's no harm in forming good karma. Reminding them is nothing to us, but to them, it might save their lives." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt the wind and rain outside. The wind was blowing and the carriage was shaking gently. He said, "I'll get off the carriage and see if there's a place to hide from the wind and rain. This storm is fierce and a little strange. I don't know when it will stop. Go, be careful." The old man opened his eyes and looked at him and said, "I'll be right back." As he spoke, he got off the carriage. He first went to the back of the carriage to inform them before heading towards the ruined temple. However, he didn't get too close. Instead, he shouted from outside with his spiritual aura, "Friends in the ruined temple, the baleful Yin-Chi in this ruined temple is a little heavy. It's not a good place to hide from the wind and rain. You should leave and find another place." He just shouted and didn't wait for the people inside to respond. He followed the road ahead and prepared to check out the situation. His strength was not bad, and with spirit force protecting his body, he wasn't afraid of the wind and rain. However, when he heard the muffled thunder, he couldn't help but look back and hesitate. He felt that there was something wrong with this storm. After walking for a long distance, he still didn't find any residences, so he could only return to the carriage to take shelter from the wind and rain. Seeing that the sky was still darkening and the wind and rain didn't lessen, he thought for a moment and ordered the people accompanying him to drive the carriage into the small forest. Thus, the group of people went into the small forest to avoid the wind and rain. They were also further away from the ruined temple. In the ruined temple, Fengjiu's lips curled up slightly. It seemed that the world was not filled with heartless people. At least, he had met 2 people who were kind enough to warn him in this ruined temple. As the sound of the wind and rain grew louder, the sound of the wind in the ruined temple grew louder, and the air grew colder. She stood up and walked towards the door of the ruined temple. The young cultivator, standing by the door, had a conflicted expression on his face. She didn't know what he was thinking, but when he saw Fengjiu stand up and walk to the door, he thought that she wanted to leave and quickly made way for her. Fengjiu stood by the door and looked outside. This storm was indeed strange. It didn't seem like a normal storm, but more like. Chapter 4960. She immediately turned around and saw the middle-aged man twitching on the ground. Around him, a wave of baleful Yin-Chi circled around. Martial uncle. The young cultivator cried out in alarm, but he didn't dare to step forward. Instead, he stepped back and turned around to run into the wind and rain. Fengjiu glanced at the cultivator, who ran out and frowned. In the next moment, a flame condensed in her palm and flew out towards the twitching middle-aged cultivator. Ah! Faintly, a mournful and sharp cry could be heard. The moment the flames attacked, the baleful Yin-Chi around the middle-aged cultivator seemed to have come into contact with something terrifying and quickly retreated, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Fengjiu stepped forward, and with a thought, the flame around the middle-aged cultivator split into two. One floated above his head while the other two floated to the bottom of his feet. As the flames continued to burn, the middle-aged cultivator's hair was burned to ashes. The heat from the flames at the bottom of his feet forced back the strand of baleful Yin-Chi in his body. A strand of baleful Yin-Chi that was visible to the naked eye emerged from the top of his bald head before being burned away by the flames. Boom! In the sky, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down. The place where it struck was a willow tree behind the ruined temple. She sensed that the lightning wasn't ordinary lightning from the wind and rain, but the lightning of tribulation. She immediately turned her palm, and several clusters of flames floated in the corners of the ruined temple. At the same time, she stepped out of the ruined temple and went to the back of the ruined temple. The middle-aged cultivator on the ground woke up not long after Fengjiu walked out. He seemed to be in a state of shock and quickly looked around. When he saw that he was alone, his face paled. Thinking of the feeling of losing control from before, he no longer cared about the wind and rain outside and quickly ran outside. However, when he ran to the entrance of the ruined temple, he was bounced back. It was as if there was something invisible blocking him, preventing him from leaving. "Help! Help! Let me out! Let me out!" he shouted, trying to use his own strength to break through the enchantment formed by the baleful Yin energy. However, the wind and rain outside were heavy, and the muffled thunder was even louder. The baleful Yin energy inside seemed to have been awakened, howling and roaring in this ruined temple. However, it seemed to be trapped by something, unable to break free. Behind the ruined temple, Fengjiu stood in the wind and rain. Due to the protection of his spiritual aura, the rain automatically avoided him. Her gaze fell on the willow tree that had been struck by lightning. She looked at the dense, baleful Yin-Chi that was spreading out from the center of the willow tree. Originally, he felt that there was something wrong with the wind and rain. Now, it seemed that the source of the baleful Yin-Chi in the dilapidated temple was under the willow tree. Moreover, the baleful Yin-Chi wanted to use the willow tree to take shape. One had to know that the willow tree itself had the ability to ward off evil spirits. However, at this moment, the baleful Yin energy was coiling around the willow tree. It could be seen that the baleful Yin energy was not simple. In the small forest, the middle-aged man who had been slightly startled by the sound of thunder was originally resting in the carriage. At this moment, he stuck his head out and looked towards the ruined temple. He sighed in his heart. That strange movement could even be felt here. It was likely that the people in the ruined temple would not be able to survive. Chapter 4961. Yes. When the middle-aged man heard this, he hurriedly returned to the carriage and helped him sit up. The 30-year-old man next to him pulled up the blanket. "Father, are you uncomfortable lying down for too long? It's good that you have a seat. I've just made some tea. Have some hot tea," the 30-year-old man said as he prepared to make a cup of tea for him. The old man waved his hand and lifted the curtain to look in the direction of the ruined temple. He frowned and said weakly, "This storm and the sound of thunder is probably the tribulation of lightning caused by the baleful Yin-Chi in the ruined temple. If the baleful Yin-Chi is allowed to take shape, I'm afraid there will be no end to it." Hearing this, the middle-aged man was silent for a while before saying, "Father, The baleful Inchi is unstoppable. I'm afraid that we can't stop it. No, it seems like someone has made a move. The old man said and looked at him. Go take a look and help that person. Father, how can you let Big Brother go? What if something happens to Big Brother? Besides, we've already retreated here. Whether the baleful Inchi is baleful Inchi or not, it has nothing to do with us. Why should we care? The 30-year-old man said with a face of disapproval. I'll go take a look. If I can help, I'll help. The middle-aged man said and said to the other man, Take good care, father. Seeing this, the 30-year-old man frowned. Seeing that he couldn't stop him, he didn't say anything else and only said, Big brother, just go take a look. If you can't help, then don't help. You'll get into trouble. He paused for a moment and said, Also, be careful. If you see any signs of trouble, then quickly retreat. Hearing this, a smile appeared on the middle-aged man's dignified face and said, Got it. Saying this, he nodded to his father and got off the carriage. He left the small forest and headed in the direction of the ruined temple. At this moment, Feng Jiu was using flames to set up a formation to purify the baleful Inchi. The visible baleful Inchi was attached to the willow tree. The willow branches danced wildly at this moment, as if a ferocious beast was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Who are you? Why are you stopping me from taking shape? Why? A sharp and cold voice filled with hatred and unwillingness rang out. The baleful Inchi tried to break free from the restraints of the formation formed by the flames, but it was ineffective. Bang, bang, bang. The roots of the willow tree, which were deeply rooted in the ground, were filled with Inchi. They abruptly emerged from the ground, and the soil and rainwater poured out from the ground. Carrying the Inchi, they attacked Feng Jiu. Feng Jiu's expression was indifferent. She just glanced at the ground and didn't even move her feet. She just lifted one foot. When the willow tree roots suddenly burrowed out from the ground, she seemed to gently step back. Bang! That foot seemed to be light, but it seemed to contain an extremely powerful and terrifying force. In particular, the bottom of her foot caused a ball of flames to ripple outwards like water. The willow tree roots were caught off guard, and the baleful Inchi, which had already been mostly burned away, was burned away. The baleful Inchi that permeated the surroundings, as well as the baleful Inchi in the ruined temple, all condensed into a ball at the willow tree and let out shrill screams. Chapter 4962. He did not expect to see a green-robed woman here. She looked to be in her 20s, but he did not expect her cultivation to be so powerful. He had a decent cultivation base and could see that there was baleful Inchi in this place. Naturally, he also knew how difficult it was to get rid of the baleful Inchi. He thought that the person who did this would be an elderly senior, but he did not expect it to be a woman. He suppressed the emotions in his heart and hid the shock and astonishment in his eyes. His eyes flashed as he looked at the flames under the woman's feet in the wind and rain. If he was not mistaken, it should be the heavenly flame. Only the heavenly flame had the ability to burn away the baleful Inchi. Throughout history, most of the cultivators who possessed the natal heavenly flame were either alchemists or weapon refiners. Which one was this woman? Which type was she? How could she have such a powerful cultivation? Feng Jiu only glanced at the person behind her indifferently before her gaze landed on the willow tree. The flames on the ground swayed and spread towards the center of the willow tree. The ground burned by the flames, not to mention the rain. Even the soil was scorched black and cracked, not to mention the roots hidden in the soil. In the air, the unwilling roar had become somewhat weak. However, it still persisted and asked over and over again, Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? The middle-aged man behind heard the echoing voice, and his heart trembled. He looked at the green-robed woman. Not only did the Haze Chi want to know, but he also wanted to know who this woman was. It's your bad luck to have met me. Feng Jiu spoke slowly. Her voice was cold and indifferent. As her voice fell, the flames on the ground had already reached the center of the willow tree and climbed up along the willow tree. A hissing sound accompanied by wisps of black smoke filled the air. After rising into the air, it dissipated between heaven and earth. At the same time, the roaring voice gradually quieted down. Just as the willow tree was completely burned, the originally gloomy and storm-like sky gradually dissipated. The dark clouds that shrouded the sky became weaker, the rain stopped, and the blue sky and white clouds appeared after the storm. There was also a rainbow that stretched across the ruined temple. At this moment, a flame carrying a small rectangular box flew over and stopped in front of her. Fengjiu raised his eyebrows and took a look. He saw that the so-called small rectangular box was actually a small coffin made of ebony wood. I see. It turned out that the dark Shi was being nurtured by the black divine wood. No wonder it dared to transform into a willow tree. If she had not happened to pass by here today and encountered this matter, it was likely that no one would have been able to stop the dark Shi from taking shape. With a twist of her hand, the small coffin fell into the flame. Not long after, the fragrance of the black formation divine would fill the air. In the end, not even ashes were left behind as they disappeared into the flame. She turned around and glanced at the dilapidated temple. Originally, he had planned to burn down the temple with fire after taking shelter from the rain and burn away the Yin energy. Now that the Yin energy had been removed, it did not matter whether the temple was burned down or not. Chapter 4963. Miss, please wait. The middle-aged man who had regained his senses hurriedly stepped forward. Seeing that she had stopped, he clasped his hands and bowed. Mrs. Righteous, please accept Huangfu Zhao's bow. Fengjiu turned sideways and did not accept his bow. Instead, she said, "You're too kind, it was just a coincidence." This baleful Yin Shi was extremely powerful. Huangfu Zhao admitted that he did not have full confidence in dealing with it. Miss, however, was able to extinguish it with a flick of your finger. Huangfu Zhao is sincerely convinced of your skill. He praised. Fengjiu did not speak, only looked at him. Just as Huangfu Zhao was about to speak again, he heard a call from behind him. "Big brother, are you all right?" He turned around and saw that the carriage that was originally parked in a small forest had unknowingly arrived at the main road. At this moment, the curtain of the carriage was lifted, and he saw his fourth brother calling out to him. Inside the carriage, he could faintly see that his father was also looking in his direction. "Goodbye," Fengjiu said, then took a deep breath and left on her sword. Hearing the sound of farewell, Huangfu Zhao turned around and saw that her figure had already disappeared into the clouds. After a while, he could not see her figure anymore. Then, he quickly walked towards the carriage. "Father." He boarded the carriage, looked at his father, and said, "I did not expect that the one who extinguished the baleful Yin Shi was a girl. Unfortunately, I was just about to ask her about her master, but I did not expect to miss it." He sighed and said, "That girl might be an alchemist." He felt that it was a pity that he missed such a good opportunity to ask. An alchemist who could control the heavenly fire would probably be of a very low level. Furthermore, her cultivation level was unfathomable. All in all, at this moment, there was only the word pity in his heart. If fate wills it, we will meet again. If not, even if we let you know about her master, it has nothing to do with us." The old man said in a weak voice. He covered his mouth with one hand and coughed. "Now that the wind and rain have stopped, brother, can we go?" The man in his 30s said, "Let's go." As he said, he signaled the carriage driver to continue driving. At this moment, a middle-aged cultivator ran out of the ruined temple, mumbling something under his breath. His face was covered in dust, and there was not a single hair on his head. He looked somewhat comical. "Martial uncle, you're still alive?" A young man who came out of nowhere shouted and ran towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged cultivator suddenly revealed a silly smile. He pushed the young man aside and walked forward while muttering to himself. The young man seemed to be stunned for a moment before he hurriedly followed. As for what he was saying, no one cared. Several days later, in a restaurant, Fengjiu was sitting on the first floor, pouring wine and listening to the people in the restaurant discussing in low voices. "Do you know what happened last night? I've heard about it. Didn't they say that a few of the branches of a certain force were destroyed? Now, the people of that force are investigating. Even the big families and forces in the city are alarmed, but no one knows who did it. To be able to destroy those nests in one night, it must have been a whole team, and it must have been premeditated. Fengjiu took a sip of wine and called the waiter to settle the bill. Then he got up and walked out. Chapter 4964. Fengjiu went to the inn to rest and only came out in the evening. At this time, the sky was not completely dark yet, but there were already night stalls set up on the streets. Because it was not the peak hour of the night market, there were not many people on the streets. Just as she was walking slowly, she saw Huang Fuxiao, who she met a few days ago at the ruined temple, hurriedly walking towards her. Her steps were light and slow, but she did not stop walking. Instead, he cupped his hands and called out to her. "Miss, I did not expect to meet you here." Fengjiu stopped and looked at him, asking, "What is it? After we parted that day, I did not know when I would be able to see you again. Today, a guard of my residence went out to do some work and saw you entering the inn. He specially came back to report to me. When I heard the news, I hurriedly came to pay my respects and invite you to my residence for a chat." Huang Fuxiao said. Seeing that she did not speak, he hurriedly said, "It's like this. My Huangfu family is one of the aristocratic families in this city. Since you are here, I would like to play host. Also, I would like to invite you to treat my father." Hearing this, Fengjiu raised her eyebrows. "Treat? How do you know that I am a doctor?" Huang Fuxiao doesn't know. It's just that I've seen your abilities that day and the faint medicinal fragrance on your body. That's why I made this guess. He continued, "Whether you can cure my father or not, Huang Fuxiao will be eternally grateful." Looking at the person in front of her, Fengjiu's eyes flashed. This person reminded her that day, so she could see that he was kind. Now that they met again in this city, there was no harm in helping him. However, what she was about to do. After thinking for a while, the corners of his lips curled up as he said, "Lead the way." Hearing this, Huang Fuxiao was slightly startled. He did not expect that she would actually agree to his bold request. Delighted, he immediately gestured for her to follow him. "Please follow me." As he spoke, he personally led the way for her. Although there were not many people on the street, it was strange to see this scene. Someone curiously muttered, "Isn't that the head of the Huangfu family? Why is he so respectful to that girl? That girl is dressed in green and has an ordinary appearance. She doesn't look like someone who is related to a big family like the Huangfu family." The people on the street were discussing in low voices. On the other side, Huang Fuxiao personally invited Fengjiu into his residence. Even though it was already late at night, he did not bring her directly to his father's courtyard. Instead, he invited her to sit in the hall. "I still haven't asked for your name?" he asked. His gaze landed on the elegant woman in green. His Huangfu clan was a 100-year-old clan with a very high status. Even cultivators from other clans would look at the mansion carefully. However, this woman's expression was indifferent. She was neither arrogant nor servile, as if nothing could enter her eyes. She appeared very normal. He guessed that she might be a descendant of a century-old aristocratic family. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so calm. Fengjiu took a sip of tea before putting it down and slowly said, "My husband's name is Xianyuan. You can call me Madam Xianyuan." Hearing this, Huang Fuxiao was startled. He quickly stood up and apologized. "I didn't know before and kept calling you Mississippi. I hope Madam Xianyuan will forgive me." Chapter 4965. "Don't worry," Fengjiu said and looked at him with a faint smile. "You guessed correctly. I am a doctor and an alchemist. I saw your father's condition from afar that day. It shouldn't be some kind of illness, but an old illness that has taken a toll on his lifespan." Hearing this, Huang Fuxiao looked at her in shock, not knowing what to say. She actually guessed his father's condition from a glance from afar a few days ago. With this kind of ability, he had been taking his father everywhere to seek medical treatment, but he had never met such a person. For a moment, his emotions were in turmoil. He stared at her, and other than shock, there were also guesses and doubts in his eyes. A person with this kind of ability could not be an unknown person. She did not use her own name, but used her husband's surname. Just who was this Madame Xianyuan? Seeing his shocked expression, Fengjiu smiled. "I can cure your father's old illness and prolong his life. However, I need you to do something for me." Huang Fushao suppressed a shock and did not immediately agree. Instead, he frowned and asked with a serious expression, "May I ask what Madame Xinyuan needs me to do?" Feng Zhou held his teacup and gently scraped the tea inside with the lid. He said slowly, "Release the news that you have 1,000-year-old dark soul ginseng." 1,000-year-old dark soul ginseng? Is it the legendary 1,000-year-old dark soul ginseng that can revive the dead and cultivate the soul? He asked in surprise. That's right. Feng Zhou nodded and looked at him with praise. He did not think that he would know about this kind of treasure. Huang Fushao frowned and asked, "What is Madame Xuanyuan's intention? Not to mention that we don't have such a treasure in our residence. Just this news alone is enough to bring disaster to our Huangfu clan." That kind of heavenly treasure was not only able to revive the dead. If this news was released, their Huangfu clan would never have a day of peace. "I won't let your Huangfu clan get into trouble," Feng Zhou said. "No, Madame Xinyuan, you don't know the severity of this matter." He shook his head. This matter could not be settled with just a word from her. Just because she said she would not let the Huangfu clan get into trouble, it would not mean that they would not get into trouble. Seeing him like this, Feng Zhou only smiled. "Take a look." When Huang Fushao heard her words, he was confused. What did she mean? A wisp of spiritual energy was released from her body, and between her eyebrows, a cyan lotus flower with a flame pattern slowly emerged. This thought his eyes widened in shock. His usual calmness and composure had vanished into nothingness at this moment. The Empress. His legs involuntarily fell to his knees. He opened his mouth and stuttered, "Feng Master." Feng Zhou didn't intend to reveal her identity, but if she didn't do so, Huang Fushao wouldn't believe that she had the ability to protect the Huangfu clan. Therefore, she made the green lotus seal appear between her eyebrows to show her identity. Chapter 4966. I do. He hurriedly said, sweat appearing on his forehead due to his nervousness. "Get up and speak." She gestured. However, after he got up, he did not dare to sit in the seat of honor, but instead sat opposite her. Foamed out as soon as he spoke, Feng Zhou raised her hand and said, "Don't reveal my identity for now. Just call me Madame Xinyuan." Yes. He wiped his sweat and hurriedly replied. He then asked, "Madame Xinyuan, what do you need me to do? Is it enough to just release the news?" If he had been hesitant and worried before, then after knowing her identity, those worries no longer existed. Sitting there now, he still felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. That high and mighty existence, which was unreachable to them, had actually come to their Huangfu family and sat in front of him like this. Their Huangfu family's ancestors' graves were probably smoking green smoke, right? "You," Feng Zhou slowly said, and explained the matter in detail to him. After hearing her words, he nodded and immediately said, "Yes, I'll immediately arrange it." As he spoke, he said, "Madame Xinyuan, it's already late. Why don't I bring you to the courtyard to rest first? Just call anyone to bring me there. Go and do what I told you to do. Tomorrow morning, I'll go and take a look at your father." She stood up and said, "Yes," he gratefully replied, and called for the housekeeper to personally bring her to the courtyard to rest. After she left, he hurriedly ordered the servants to take care of her carefully, and then hurriedly went to his father's courtyard. Once he entered the courtyard, he dismissed all the servants and even set up a soundproof barrier. The old man lying on the bed saw him like this and asked, "What happened?" "Father, it's a joyous occasion. The heavens have blessed our Huangfu family." He could not hide the excitement and joy on his face. He hurriedly went forward to help his father up and placed a pillow on his waist. His face was full of joy. "What's the matter?" Seeing his eldest son, who usually did not show his emotions, so excited and happy, the old man's heart was slightly moved and he was somewhat curious. "Father, an important guest has come to our Huangfu clan." He hurriedly explained the situation in detail to his father. After hearing his words, the old man's face lit up with joy. His eyes were filled with a light and vigor that had never been there before. He held his hand and said excitedly, "Is that so? Was it really him? Are you sure? Are you sure?" "I can't be wrong. She is the empress of this world, the Phoenix Master. News about her has already been secretly spread among the clans in the various cities. How could I be wrong? Huang Fushao said, his face full of joy. Good, good, good. The old man said good 3 times in a row. He held his son's hand and patted the back of his hand. This is really a blessing from the heavens for our Huangfu family. You have to do this well. You can't make any mistakes. I know. Huang Fushao nodded and paused for a moment before continuing. However, she didn't tell me why she wanted to do this. However, I'm guessing that it has something to do with someone in our city. Chapter 49:67. Remember to take good care of her. Don't be rude. The old man reminded him worriedly. Father, don't worry. I know. I've already told the servants to take good care of her. Huang Fushao said. The old man paused and thought of something, then said, let Yunxue take care of her. If she takes good care of her, it might be an opportunity for her. Hearing this, Huang Fushao was slightly surprised. After a moment of silence, he said, Father, wouldn't it be too much to ask Yunxue to take care of her? I'm worried that Madame Xinyuan will be unhappy. The old man shook his head and smiled. That won't happen. Yunxue is the calmest and quietest person among the younger generation. Letting her serve Madame Xinyuan is a display of the importance our Huangfu family places on Madame Xinyuan. Secondly, Yunxue is a child who knows how to take care of others. As for whether she can catch that person's eye, that will depend on her. Hearing this, Huang Fushao said, all right, I'll make the arrangements now. Father, rest early. Madame Xinyuan will come to treat you tomorrow morning. Go. The old man nodded and relaxed. The worry that had gathered between his eyebrows because of his body finally dissipated at this moment. Removing the soundproof barrier, Huang Fushao left the courtyard and went to another courtyard. That night, he was excited. After making all the arrangements, it was already late at night. However, even though it was late at night, he still did not feel sleepy. As the eldest daughter of the Huangfu family, Huangfu Yunxue had received the best training from the Huangfu family since she was young. Whether it was her cultivation or her temperament, she was considered outstanding among her sisters. However, she was not competitive and did not talk much. Even though she was the eldest daughter of the Huangfu family, she did not have much of a presence. The only thing that could be said was that the old master liked her very much. When he was healthy, he often gave her pointers on her cultivation. When her father suddenly asked her to take care of an important guest, even someone as calm as her was stunned. She did not understand and was confused. When she asked, she did not get an answer. She only got one sentence from her father. This is an incomparably honorable guest. It is your good fortune to be able to serve her. She couldn't fall asleep after hearing such a random sentence. She had already sent her personal maidservant to inquire about it. Only then did she know that she had been frightened for nothing. She originally thought that the guest she had to serve was a man, but she didn't expect it to be a madam. After knowing that the other party was a madam, she felt relieved. After packing up early in the morning, she went to the madam's courtyard alone to make preparations. When Fengjiu had just gotten out of bed, he heard a gentle and pleasant voice coming from outside. Is madam awake? She, who had always been carefree, opened the door without washing up. As soon as the door opened, she saw a slender young girl standing at the door. She was about 16 or 17 years old, wearing a plain dress. Her appearance was extremely outstanding, and her whole person exuded a clean aura. At this moment, there was a faint smile on her beautiful face. When she saw her, she gracefully curtsied towards her. Huangfu Yunxue greets madam. Fengjiu, who had just woken up, squinted his eyes lazily. You are the eldest daughter of the Huangfu family? Chapter 49:68. Wait outside. Fengjiu didn't say much, but after closing the door, she washed up and changed her clothes inside. After a while, she walked out and saw that breakfast was already served in the courtyard. Madam, I asked the kitchen to cook some porridge and stir-fry some side dishes. Have a taste and see if they are to your liking. Huangfu Yunxue spoke softly and walked to the table. She scooped a small bowl of porridge for her and then retreated to the side to wait. Fengjiu saw that she was well-mannered, skillful, and natural. so she walked forward and sat down. Looking at the porridge and several delicious side dishes in front of her, her eyes flashed slightly. She didn't say anything, but took a spoonful of porridge with a spoon and ate some side dishes. She ate slowly and didn't need to say anything. When the porridge in her bowl was finished, Huangfu Yunxue, who was waiting at the side, came forward to add more porridge for her. After she put down her chopsticks and saw that she was full, Huangfu Yunxue quietly ordered the servant girl behind her to clean up the table. "Miss Huangfu, isn't it too unfair for you to come and serve me?" After Fengjiu finished eating, he stood up and walked a few steps in the courtyard. He looked at Huangfu Yunxue. Huangfu Yunxue was slightly startled. She looked at her and then lowered her eyes and said softly, "Father said that Madam is an important guest of the Huangfu family and cannot be neglected. Therefore, he asked Yunxue to come and take care of you. For Father to give such instructions, it shows that Madam is of noble status. Therefore, Yunxue doesn't feel wronged." Fengjiu smiled and didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Huangfu Xiao, who had arrived at the entrance of the courtyard. "Madam Xinyuan." Huangfu Xiao bowed to her and looked at his daughter from the corner of his eyes. "Lead the way," Fengjiu said and walked forward. "Okay, Madam Xinyuan, this way please," he hurriedly said and made a gesture to invite Fengjiu to another courtyard. Huangfu Yunxue paused for a moment, then followed them. She was 3 steps behind them at a leisurely pace. The servants in the Huangfu family's old master's courtyard had already been dismissed. Huangfu Xiao led Fengjiu into the courtyard. He paused and turned to Huangfu Yunxue. "You can wait outside the courtyard. Without my permission, no one else is allowed to enter." Upon hearing this, Huangfu Yunxue was slightly surprised, but she did not ask any further. Instead, she gently nodded and replied, "Yes, Father." After entering the inner room, Huangfu Xiao led them to the bed in the inner room. Only then did Huangfu Xiao say to Fengjiu, "Madam Xinyuan, this is my father. Due to his health, he has been bedridden and unable to rise to greet you. Please do not take offense." "It's all right," Fengjiu said and walked forward to look at the old man on the bed. He opened his eyes and looked at her. It was the old man she had seen at the ruined temple that day. "This old man greets Madam Xinyuan." His voice was weak and feeble, but his aged face was filled with excitement when he saw Fengjiu. "Give me your hand," Fengjiu said and sat down on a chair beside the bed. "Thank you." He extended his hand. Huangfu Xiao also stepped forward to help. Fengjiu quietly felt the old man's pulse. After a while, he withdrew his hand and took out a silver needle from his space. He said to Huangfu Xiao, "I will perform acupuncture on him. Wait outside the room and don't let anyone disturb me." Chapter 4969. In the room, the old man saw Fengjiu pick up a silver needle and insert it into his acupoint. Then, he fell into a deep sleep. Fengjiu only took out other silver needles and inserted them into the old man's acupoints after seeing that he had fallen asleep. At the same time, the green lotus chi in his body slowly surged and entered the old man's body through the silver needles in his hand, healing his old illness. Time always seemed to pass very slowly while waiting. Huangfu Xiao, who was guarding outside the door, paced back and forth. After an unknown amount of time, the door opened. Seeing Fengjiu come out, he hurriedly went up and asked, "Madam Xinyuan, how is he?" "He can get out of bed tomorrow and walk around. He'll recover 70% in 7 days," Fengjiu said and walked in. "He's unconscious now and won't wake up until tomorrow. Can I go in and see my father now?" he asked. "Yes, just don't wake him up," Fengjiu said and walked out. Seeing her leave, Huangfu Yunxue glanced at her grandfather's courtyard. After thinking for a while, he did not enter the courtyard and left with the madam. The next day, the streets and alleys of Yaoyang City, and even the inns and restaurants, were all talking about one thing. "Have you heard? The old man of the Huangfu family said he can get out of bed and walk around." "Yes, I've heard. He's been lying in bed for a year or 2, right? I didn't expect his body to get better all of a sudden. What do you know? It's because the head of the Huangfu clan took him everywhere to find a doctor, and he accidentally found a treasure called the 1,000-year black spirit ginseng. It's said that this thing can be considered a heavenly treasure. I heard that the reason why the head of the Huangfu clan was able to get better was because of a root of the 1,000-year black spirit ginseng. Is that true? A root can make a person who's been lying in bed for a year or two and could die anytime better. It can't be faked. You don't know, but I heard that the Millennium Black Spiritual Ginseng is a treasure that can't be bought with money. It can bring the dead back to life and has other amazing effects. Even if a cultivator with a damaged inner core consumes it, they can recover. The people in the city were talking about it, and the news gradually spread. Because some people saw the old master of the Huangfu family get out of bed and walk around, no one thought that it was fake. After all, the old master of the Huangfu family had already been declared by various doctors and alchemists that there was no way to save him. Now that his body had improved and he could even get out of bed and walk around, what other possibility could there be other than obtaining such a heavenly treasure? Some of the aristocratic families in the city were also astonished when they heard the news. In the hall, a middle-aged man sitting on the lower left side of the main seat said, "I heard from my subordinates early in the morning that the news had quietly spread throughout the city. I sent people to investigate. Indeed, it was the Huangfu family member who was able to get out of bed and walk around. What kind of treasure is this 1,000-year black spiritual ginseng? It can really make a dying person come back to life? If there really is such a treasure and the news was leaked, I'm afraid the Huangfu family won't be able to keep it." The middle-aged man's eyes flashed. "Send someone to check on the old man of the Huangfu family and see if he's having terminal lucidity. Or is he really getting better?" Chapter 4970. The middle-aged man who spoke did not finish his sentence. Instead, he looked at the middle-aged man and asked silently, "If there really is such a treasure, then the Huangfu clan will be in trouble." The middle-aged man on the main seat said. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up and continued, "At best, the treasure will be stolen. At worst, the entire clan will be destroyed. Huangfu Xiao should not have leaked this information." He shook his head and sighed. At the same time, the various clans in the city were also discussing this matter. Some people did not know the use of the 1,000-year-old dark spiritual ginseng and investigated it. When they found out that it had such a miraculous effect, they were even more surprised. What kind of luck does the Huangfu clan have? How could they find such a treasure? However, the old man has not recovered yet. He can't take care of the Huangfu clan. If someone wants to take away this treasure, I'm afraid the Huangfu clan will not be able to defend themselves. As they spoke, everyone shook their heads. Some sighed and some felt pity. Although the Huangfu clan was not the top clan in the city, it was not a third-rate clan either. Moreover, Huangfu Xiao knew how to conduct himself. He had a good reputation and had never competed with others. Therefore, many people did not want his clan to get into big trouble because of this treasure. Some people wanted to warn him, while others were prepared to stand by and do nothing. At the same time, after an old man heard the news, he sent people to confirm it. After that, he came to his secret room. "Master, the Huangfu clan in the city obtained a 1,000-year-old dark spiritual ginseng. This item has a miraculous effect. It can revive the dead and restore the primordial spirit and spiritual core. Huangfu Zhao's father has been bedridden for a year or two. He has sought countless doctors, but they all said that he would not live past this year. However, this morning, there was news that he could get out of bed and walk around. I heard that he only ate a single strand of the ginseng, and it had such a miraculous effect. The person who was sitting cross-legged and recovering was wearing a large black cloak. His face was gloomy with a trace of paleness. His aura was very frightening and sinister. We heard the old man's words. He opened his eyes and looked at him. His voice was gloomy and cold. "You should know that I don't want rumors. I want confirmation." The old man hurriedly replied, "Master, please rest assured. This subordinate has already sent people to inquire and confirm. Although they didn't see the 1,000-year dark soul ginseng, they did see the Huangfu clan's old master walking in the courtyard. Moreover, he seemed to be in good spirits." Upon hearing this, the black-robed man's gloomy eyes narrowed slightly as he said in a sinister voice, "Then send someone to snatch it." "Yes, sir." The old man replied and left the room. At night, the people in the Huangfu family were a little nervous. They went back to their rooms to rest early after the sky darkened. This was an order from the patriarch, so naturally, no one would go against it. Moreover, they also knew about the news that was spreading outside. Naturally, they knew that their Huangfu clan would get into trouble because of this. Therefore, they didn't dare to wander outside at night to avoid attracting trouble for no reason. Not only did they have to go to bed early at night, but they also had to not go out unless absolutely necessary. If they really had to go out, they had to bring more people with them. In contrast to the nervous mood of the Huangfu clan, Fengjiu lay on the roof of the Huangfu clan's residence after night fell, preparing to wait for the rabbit to appear. Chapter 4971. Just as Fengjiu had expected, after the sky darkened, there were people who tried to sneak into the Huangfu clan under the cover of the night. However, after sneaking into the Huangfu clan, none of them returned. The people who were watching from a distance outside the Huangfu family were all surprised. Not a single person who went and came out. Not only that, there were no sounds of fighting coming from the Huangfu residence. Those people just mysteriously disappeared. The night gradually darkened. Huangfu Yunxue stood in the front courtyard as the corners of her eyes twitched slightly. She looked at the unconscious and dead people that gradually piled up in the courtyard. Her heart had already gone from the initial shock to the current numbness. Even her expression did not have the slightest trace of astonishment or surprise. Tonight, she was called here by the madam to help her pack some things. However, she did not expect to see the cultivators who tried to sneak in under the cover of the night. However, none of these people were able to cross the front courtyard. One by one, they mysteriously fell from the sky. They were either dead or injured. In any case, none of them were conscious. Fengjiu stretched her waist and glanced at Huangfu Yunxue, who was standing there foolishly. Her voice was soft and unhurried as she said, "Why are you still standing there foolishly? Kill the living ones with a slit in their throats, then take away all their valuables." Her words brought her back to her senses. She looked at her with a trace of hesitation in her eyes as she said, "Madam, are we really going to kill them all?" She could not bear to do it. Fengjiu curled her lips into a smile and said, "Kill them. You have to know that if I was not here, the people who would be killed tonight would be your Huangfu family. These sneaky people are not soft-hearted people." Perhaps because of her words, or perhaps because of other reasons, Huangfu Yunxue gripped her dagger and stepped forward. She gritted her teeth and reaped the lives of those people like a demon. Fengjiu sat on the roof and watched indifferently. The corners of her lips curled up slightly. Huangfu Yunxue had been by her side for 2 days. She was indeed a person with a clean mind. However, people like her usually did not live for long. Seeing that she had served her wholeheartedly for the past 2 days, she naturally did not mind giving her a push. She believed that after tonight, she would become different. Huangfu Yunxue did not know when she stopped. She only knew that the warm blood splashed all over her body. Some even splashed onto her face. Her hands were stained with the blood. She sat in front of the pile of corpses in a daze. No one knew what she was thinking about. When the sky was about to brighten, she entered a state of enlightenment. As she sat there cross-legged, the spiritual energy in her body began to circulate. At this moment, even though her eyes were closed, she could still feel an unprecedented sense of clarity. The path she had taken, the path she would take in the future, and the confusion she had in the past were all cleared up at this moment. It was as if there was a voice in her mind asking her something. The sun rose in the east, and a new day had arrived. However, on this day, the various powers in the city exploded. They could not sit still. There was no other reason. It was because the people they sent out did not return for an entire night. There was no movement at all. It was as if they had disappeared into thin air. Chapter 4972. Master. The black-robed man opened his eyes and stared coldly at the old man kneeling in front of him. A cold glint flashed across his eyes. "You didn't succeed?" he asked, his voice cold and filled with hostility. "Master, please forgive me." He placed his head on the ground and cowed out. Only then did he raise his head to look at him. With a dignified expression, he said, "Master, the people we sent out were all top experts. However, I didn't expect that none of them would return alive. Isn't there only Huang Fu Xiao in the Huang Fu clan? Other than him, what other experts are there? He asked, the corners of his mouth drooping slightly, his face filled with displeasure. Right now, other than Huang Fu Xiao, there are no other experts in the Huang Fu clan. Even if there were, it would be the elders of the Huang Fu clan. However, the people we sent out naturally have the strength to deal with those people. But now, we haven't heard from them at all. It's obvious that there's an unknown expert in the Huang Fu clan. As the old man spoke, he looked at him and continued. Last night, other than our people, there were 7 or 8 other groups that sneaked into the Huang Fu clan. However, none of them returned. Because a few of our people were destroyed a few days ago, we lost many experts. On top of that, the ones we sent out last night were also killed. That's why I've come to report this to Master. Master, please give us your orders. What should we do? Perhaps because he thought that a few of his people had been destroyed, the black-robed man's cold aura became even colder. He withdrew his aura and exhaled softly. Tonight, you'll come with me personally. I want to see just who is in charge of the Huang Fu clan. If he could get his hands on the 1,000-year dark soul ginseng, his physical condition would recover. His damaged soul would also recover, and his strength would return to its peak. So, no matter who was in charge of the Huang Fu clan, even he had to make a trip there himself. Yes, hearing that he wanted to go personally, the old man sighed in relief. He felt that if he went personally, he would be able to get his hands on the item. Haven't you found that person yet? The black-robed man asked again. The old man lowered his head and said, not yet. The main reason is that no one saw it, and we don't know if it's a man or a woman. We can only search for foreign cultivators in the city, so we haven't found anything yet. Investigate. We must drag him out and put him to death by 1,000 cuts, he said in a gloomy voice. Yes. The old man bowed and left the room. In the Huang Fu family, Huang Fu Xiao, who had always been serious, came to his father's courtyard with excitement and joy. Father, Yun Xue has been enlightened. Hearing this, old Master Huang Fu was slightly taken aback. His eyes widened with surprise and astonishment. Epiphany? Yun Xue? Yes. Last night, because of Madame Xuanyuan's words, I ordered the servants not to go out. Even if they heard the commotion, they were not to come out of their rooms. I went over to take a look this morning. The corpses piled up in the front yard were as tall as a small mountain. Furthermore, they were all experts with extraordinary strength. Speaking of this, Huang Fu Xiao exhaled deeply and said, when I arrived, Madame Xuanyuan had already returned to her courtyard to rest. Only Yun Xue was sitting in front of the pile of corpses, her body covered in blood. There was a barrier around her that prevented anyone from approaching. It should have been set up by Madame Xuanyuan. Chapter 4973. Yes, I know. I'm thinking that since she's had an epiphany this time, she'll probably break through soon. Moreover, being able to enter an epiphany is a good thing for cultivators. It'll be extremely beneficial to her future cultivation. Huang Fu Xiao said with a smile. Father, it's also fortunate that you told Yun Xue to go take care of Madame Xuanyuan. I didn't expect that in just a day or two, she would have such an opportunity. Madame Xuanyuan is a supreme expert. As long as she is willing, she can bring great benefits to others, the old man said with emotion. To be able to meet her is the accumulated good karma of our Huang Fu clan's ancestors. This is truly a great blessing. It's also fortunate that she was guarding for us. Otherwise, with those people from last night, I'm afraid. Thinking about the pile of corpses in the front yard, his heart felt heavy. Who would have thought that a single 1,000-year black soul ginseng would be able to attract so many experts? In this world, experts were extremely fanatical and crazy about rare and precious treasures. I'm afraid that the people coming tonight will be even stronger. You should prepare early today. The old man said, All right, I'll arrange it now, he said, bowed, and then walked out. In the evening, when Feng Jiu came out of her room, she saw Huang Fu Yun Xue, who had already changed into a new set of clothes, waiting in the courtyard. When she saw her come out, she went forward and bowed to her. Yun Xue, thank you for your kindness. She gratefully bowed to her. Her heart was filled with gratitude. Feng Jiu waved her hand indifferently. It's your own realization. It has nothing to do with me. She walked to the table and sat down. Huangfu Yunxue went forward and ladled a bowl of soup for her. If it wasn't for Madame, Yunxue wouldn't have this epiphany. Yunxue will remember Madame's kindness in her heart. Feng Jiu drank a mouthful of soup and didn't say anything. She only picked up her chopsticks and ate some food. After dinner, she put down her chopsticks and wiped the corners of her mouth. You don't have to follow us tonight. Go back to your room early and don't go out. Don't come out even if you hear something. Hearing this, Huangfu Yunxue recalled the scene from last night. Her heart skipped a beat, but she didn't ask any further. Instead, she replied respectfully, yes. Feng Jiu walked outside. He first went to Old Master Huangfu's courtyard to perform another round of acupuncture. By the time he finished, it was already dark outside. She looked at the darkening sky and narrowed her eyes. Instead of returning to the courtyard, she walked towards the front yard. The corpses in the front yard had already been cleaned up, and even the spatial energy couldn't find a trace of blood from last night. It was as if the pile of corpses last night was just an illusion. Feng Jiu waved his hand and set up a barrier, isolating the Huangfu family's backyard from the front yard. Instead of waiting on the roof, she clasped her hands behind her back and found a place to sit in the front yard. As night fell, 7 or 8 black-clothed cultivators quietly snuck in. They looked around vigilantly, then quietly landed in the front yard. Feng Jiu sat in a corner of the front yard. Because she had concealed her aura and deliberately concealed herself, the 7 or 8 cultivators didn't notice her presence in the corner. Because her figure was blocked by a pillar, and because of the darkness of the night, there were no lights in the front yard, so no one noticed her. Chapter 4974. At this moment, they didn't know that Feng Jiu was quietly sizing up the 7 or 8 people. She saw that these people were stronger and more cautious than the people who came last night, but they still weren't the person she was waiting for. There seems to be a barrier here, one of them said, and his footsteps paused. There is a barrier. Feng Jiu's voice suddenly rang out, startling the people. Who is it? They shouted in a low voice, but they couldn't tell where the voice came from. The surroundings were pitch black, but for experts with high cultivation, even if their vision wasn't as clear as it was during the day, they shouldn't be unable to see the person hiding in the dark. However, they could only hear the voice and didn't see the person hiding in the dark. Feng Jiu walked out from the dark, and her gaze swept over the people, asking, "Who are you?" The leader's vigilant gaze fell on the person who walked out, and he was surprised to see that it was a woman. However, when he wanted to see the woman's cultivation, the divine sense he released seemed to have encountered something powerful and terrifying, and he suddenly withdrew. At the same time, he also took a step back. "Are you the expert who oversees the Huangfu family?" The leader said, and his entire body tensed up because he sensed the invisible, dangerous aura. His whole body was ready to fight, and he could retreat at any time. For some unknown reason, Feng Jiu didn't take their lives like last night. Instead, she stared at them and said, "Because of your cultivation, I won't kill you." As soon as she finished speaking, her hand moved, and a few silver needles instantly shot out. Almost at the same time as her silver needles shot out, several people instinctively reacted, and a strong spiritual aura instantly formed a defensive shield to protect their bodies. However, they didn't expect that just as they were about to use their spiritual aura to form a defensive barrier to protect their bodies, the thin silver needles easily broke through their defensive barrier and shot into the acupuncture points on their bodies. While they were still in shock, they didn't even have the time to cry out before they felt powerless. It was as if their spiritual aura had disappeared in an instant. Their legs went soft, and they fell to the ground. At this moment, their hearts sank. Feng Jiu waved her sleeve, and a gust of wind blew, sending the people to a corner. They tried to make a sound, but no sound came out. Their bodies couldn't move, and they could only weakly fall to the ground. You lost many people last night, and you still dare to come tonight. Your courage is commendable. Feng Jiu glanced at them indifferently, and when she saw that they were struggling to get up, she raised her hand and put her index finger to her lips, gesturing for them to be quiet. "Don't be noisy, and don't ruin my business. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you all." It was clearly such a gentle voice, but in their ears, it was like a sudden clap of thunder that set off a storm in their hearts. A chill even rose from the soles of their feet to their hearts, so cold that they couldn't help but shiver. Chapter 4975. With this thought in mind, they froze and did not dare to move. Only cold sweat poured out of their bodies. At that moment, none of them expected that with their cultivation, strength, and experience of countless trials and hardships, they would actually be frightened by a woman like her. However, no one dared to challenge her bottom line, let alone try to make a move to see if she would really do as she said. They looked at her and could not help but swallow their saliva, trying to suppress the fear in their hearts. To think that there would be a day when they, who had been in a high position for a long time, did not even have the courage to try. Fengjiu glanced at them indifferently, then turned around and walked back to the corner to sit, waiting for the next batch of unlucky cultivators to come. In any case, these people were considered experts in her territory. It was one thing to kill a group of them last night, but the group tonight, if not for the fact that they really deserved to die, she would naturally have spared their lives. After all, it was rare for someone to be able to cultivate to such a level. However, she did not know how many people would come to try tonight. After about half an incense stick's worth of time, a few more people came quietly. They stood on top of the wall and didn't go down. Instead, they looked around vigilantly. One of them said, "I heard that there's an expert overseeing this place. I wonder what kind of person he is. I don't sense any experts here now." Another person said, then suddenly exclaimed, "There seems to be a few auras in the corner, but they are very weak." Hearing the words of the people on the wall, the few people who were said to be very weak stared at the people on the wall. They secretly gritted their teeth and cursed. "Weak? Come down and try." It seems that a few figures came in first. Could it be those people who came in earlier? Another person said, a little surprised. He used his divine sense to sweep in that direction, but strangely said, "But I heard from the people outside that the 7 or 8 people who came in earlier were not weak. Maybe it's not those people?" At this time, an old man said in a slightly serious tone, "Maybe it's those people, but they are on the verge of death." Hearing this, the people in the corner couldn't help but glance at the other corner. Although they did not suffer any injuries and were on the verge of death, they were lying there powerlessly. It seemed that they were not far from dying. And the cause of all this was the unknown woman in the corner. "Then are we going in? Or is it through?" a person on the wall asked. The surroundings were silent for a moment. No one spoke, as if they were thinking. In the end, it was the old man who said, "I already knew that the Huangfu clan has an expert in charge, didn't I? Since he had already come, how could there be a reason to retreat? What's more, we only intended to bet on the 1,000-year-old dark soul ginseng. As for the Huangfu clan, we'll try our best not to hurt them." "Good, then let's go." The other person also expressed his agreement, and as soon as his voice fell, he rushed down to the courtyard below. Seeing this, the others also jumped down. The 7 or 8 black-clothed men in the corner who saw them jump down all revealed strange smiles at this moment. It's good that he's down. Once they came down, they would have company. He just didn't know who these unlucky old fellows were. Chapter 4976. The few people in the corner snorted in their hearts. They saw a gust of wind sweep the few people towards them. When they saw the few people falling towards them, their eyes widened. They wanted to retreat, but they could not move. They could only watch as the few people fell towards them and pressed down on them. The few people at the bottom groaned. It was the sound of their bodies being pressed down by the heavy pressure. The people who fell on top were stunned. While they were stunned by the human cushion under them, they were also extremely shocked. They had just entered. How could they have fallen? Who on earth had done this? How could they do it so silently? Fengjiu did not come out from the shadows. She was still waiting. Aside from the auras in the corner, there was no one else around. In the following time, no one else came in. She waited until midnight. Just when she thought that the person would not come tonight, she saw 2 figures jump onto the wall. When she saw the 2 figures, Fengjiu narrowed her eyes. She was the one who had destroyed that person's spirit. Therefore, Even if that person did not show his face, she could still recognize him based on the aura of his spirit. It was very obvious that one of the people standing on the wall was the person she had been waiting for. "Master, there seems to be someone over there," the old man next to him said. His gaze fell on a corner of the courtyard. He felt that there were many people there. Could it be that they were lying in ambush there? The black-robed man did not speak. Instead, he narrowed his cold eyes and scanned the courtyard. In the end, he confirmed that aside from the auras in the corner, there were no other auras. However, the Huangfu family was definitely not as simple as they seemed on the surface to be able to cause people from various forces to fall here. Your Excellency's ability to conceal your aura is quite good. He stood on the wall with his hands behind his back as he spoke. At this moment, his cold voice contained an aura of spiritual power that penetrated through the surroundings and reverberated in the air. As he spoke, his gaze was still observing the surroundings. Compared to the others, even though he was not weak, he was more vigilant. Hearing that, Feng Zhou revealed a light smile. Her laughter was slow and carried a hint of coldness as it spread through the night. A woman. Hearing that it was a woman's voice, the black-robed man frowned slightly and his expression became gloomy. In almost an instant, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. In that instant, he guessed who the woman was from the laughter. "It's you, the woman who destroyed a strand of my spirit." The aura around him became cold. A powerful aura was released from his body and covered the entire Huangfu residence. He said in a sinister voice, "It seems that the person who destroyed several of my bases were you as well. This Huangfu family has no 1,000-year-old black spirit. It was a trick of yours to lure me here." These words shocked the people who were piled up in the corner. It can't be. There was no 1,000-year-old black spirit ginseng. Then they were tricked? Was it their own fault that they were suffering in this place? Could it be that the person hiding in the dark was trying to bait the person on the wall? Chapter 4977. The Palace Master of the Spectre Palace has the strength of a refined state. If you had not touched my reverse scale, you might have been able to ascend and become a great emperor in a few decades or even a few centuries. Unfortunately, you've committed an unforgivable mistake. Feng Zhou's gentle voice carried a trace of coldness as it echoed clearly in the night sky. Due to the barrier, apart from the people in the front yard, no one else in the Huangfu family's backyard could hear what was being said or hear anything. The few people in the corner had already instinctively held their breaths. They only felt cold sweat seeping out from their backs, and a chill ran up from the soles of their feet. Fear spread in their hearts, and they wished they had never come to the Huangfu family, never seen this scene, never heard these words. The strength of a supreme being had been casually mentioned by the woman. Her tone and voice made it seem as if she didn't place a supreme being in her eyes at all. However, they knew that the refined state's strength could easily turn Yaoyang City into ruins with a stomp of her foot, not to mention the fact that they were still lying in the corner. If the two parties were to really fight, would they not be implicated? If one of them was unlucky, they might even die here. Since the woman had said those words, it was obvious that she was stronger than the refined state's opponent. Throughout the world, there were not many women with such strength. However, they were unable to guess the identity of this person. The black-robed man's eyes twitched when he heard the murderous voice. He stared at the green-robed woman below and asked, "Is it that little girl?" He had only exchanged blows with this woman once. At that time, he was about to capture the little girl with the innate spiritual body and refine her into a pill. At that time, he recognized the whip and the little girl called Yun Shi as Emperor Qing's disciple. He had thought that he could quietly get rid of her. Even if Emperor Qing found out in the future, he might have successfully ascended by then. However, he did not expect this woman to suddenly appear and ruin his plans. "I haven't even settled the score with you for ruining my plans, but you've delivered yourself to me. Since that's the case, I'll have to properly deal with you." He felt that it was because he only had a strand of his soul last time, which was why that strand of soul had been destroyed. Now that she was facing his true body, he didn't believe that he would lose to a woman with his strength and cultivation. As soon as he finished speaking, his hand turned into a claw and attacked Feng Zhou below. He released his powerful aura and pressure, forming a powerful force of oppression. However, he was facing none other than the Empress, the Phoenix Master, Fengjiu. From the moment he had attacked Yu'er, he was destined to die. The black-robed man only felt that in that instant. A pressure that was even more powerful than his own swept over him, causing his entire body to stiffen. His hand also stopped in midair at that moment. Ah! In that moment of shock, a ball of flames flew toward him and surrounded him. The fierce flames and extremely high temperature burned him until he could not help but scream. He could not care less about attacking the woman and quickly tried to extinguish the flames on his body. Chapter 49:78. He screamed in horror, and his voice was sharp and filled with terror. The flames on his body continued to burn, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not put them out. Furthermore, these were not just natal heavenly flames. They were ancient divine flames. Even though he was a refined state cultivator, under the pressure of the other party's domineering aura and the attack of the flames, he was unable to resolve the crisis before him. Ah! Who are you? Who are you? He screamed in agony as his body rolled and fell to the ground. However, he could not put out the flames on his body. The flames seemed to have a life of their own as they wrapped tightly around him and burned him. The smell of burnt flesh also filled the air with a night breeze. What can a dying man do even if he knows? Fengjiu calmly replied as she looked at the man in black robes who was rolling on the ground and screaming in agony. She moved her hand and held the green-edged sword in her hand. A faint green light gushed out from the blade. No one has ever been able to hide from me when I want to kill them. Her clear and cold voice rang out as she raised the sword in her hand and slashed down with a sharp sword intent. The sword intent was like the mountains and rivers, swift and fierce. Whoosh! Ah! As the swift and fierce sword intent was released, a shrill scream filled with unwillingness rang out. However, a barrier had been set up in the courtyard, and the sound did not spread beyond the barrier. The only ones who had witnessed this scene were the people who had collapsed in a corner and were trembling in fear with pale faces, blood splattered everywhere as the man's body was split into two and scattered on the ground. The flames continued to burn until not even a speck of ash was left. Everything was blown away by the night breeze. The old man who had come with the man in black robes had long been shocked into a daze by this scene. He did not even dare to think of running away because the domineering aura was far too powerful and intimidating. The woman's power was far too terrifying. He was so frightened that his legs turned to jelly and he fell to the corner of the wall as he trembled incessantly. Cold sweat seeped from his forehead and his face was as white as a sheet. His immense fear had caused him to become absent-minded. His eyes had lost their usual vigor, and he sat there as if he had lost his mind. Fengjiu glanced at him. With a twist of the Qingfeng sword in his hand, a cold light flashed past, instantly sealing his throat. Even as he died, the old man's eyes were wide open and his face was filled with terror. He didn't even let out a scream. The people in the corner were desperately trying to reduce their presence. What kind of existence was the Hall Master of Netherworld Palace? Let alone the people in Yaoyang City. Even the nearby experts had heard of his name and knew that his strength was extraordinary. Now he had been crushed and killed by the woman in green without being able to fight back. They had even witnessed it with their own eyes. How could they not be frightened? After dealing with those two, Fengjiu was in a good mood. After all, killing the person who wanted to refine her daughter into a pill could be considered as settling one of her worries. At least, she didn't have to worry that her child would be targeted again when she wasn't there to protect him. She gently stroked the blade of the Qingfeng sword with her finger and put it away with a turn of her hand. She turned to look at the people in the corner. With a twist of her hand, a wave of spiritual energy surged. In the next moment, a muffled groan was heard. Chapter 49:79. The people who had been lying on the ground, stacked on top of each other, suddenly felt their spiritual auras recover. They could move their bodies again, and the flow of qi in their bodies also returned to normal. They all felt relieved, thinking that since she didn't kill them, she wouldn't kill them, right? Not daring to hesitate. They quickly stood up and walked out. Why did she ask that question? After exchanging glances with each other, everyone replied in unison, reporting to Honored Sir. We all saw it. Not only did they see it, but they also saw it clearly. They believed that no matter how many years passed, they would never forget what happened tonight. Oh, then tell me, what's going on tonight? Feng Nine curled her lips and looked at one of the old men. Seeing Feng Jiu staring at him, the old man's heart trembled. Not daring to be careless, he took a step forward and cupped his hands respectfully. After thinking for a moment, he hesitantly said, "The news that the Huangfu clan has a 1,000-year-old dark spirit ginseng is fake. It was mainly used to lure the Ghost Palace Master. Now that this matter is over, what does Honored Sir need us to do? We dare not disobey your orders." Everyone looked at her. Seeing her standing there quietly in her green robes with a faint smile on her face, they couldn't help shuddering and hurriedly lowered their gazes. At this moment, she had completely retracted her powerful aura. If they had not seen how powerful she was earlier, no one would have thought that she was the one who had killed the Hall Master of Spectre Palace in such a state. Not even his corpse was left behind. Even his soul had probably been incinerated by the heavenly flames and dissipated between heaven and earth. Very good, Feng Jiu said as he slowly walked around the courtyard. I asked Huangfu Xiao to spread the news and lure that person here. Now that he has been killed, the matter is over. Naturally, there is nothing else to do. However, you all saw the scene tonight, so you naturally know the inside story. However, the people outside don't know. They think that because the Huangfu clan has a 1,000-year-old dark spirit ginseng, there won't be a day of peace in the Huangfu clan. Hearing this, everyone's hearts trembled and they immediately said, Rest assured, Honored Sir, we will spread the news and let the people outside know that the Huangfu clan doesn't have a 1,000-year-old dark spirit ginseng. They were all people who had lived for hundreds of years. As soon as she said this, they naturally guessed what she meant and secretly sighed in relief. They were also surprised that the Huangfu clan's dark spirit ginseng was actually able to befriend such a powerful master. No, even if others didn't know her identity, the Huangfu clan should know. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken such a big risk and spread the news of the 1,000-year dark soul ginseng to attract trouble. I want this force to disappear. Hearing this, they did not hesitate and immediately responded, Yes. Several of Netherworld Palace's branches had been destroyed, resulting in the deaths of many of their experts. On top of that, even their Hall Master had died tonight. As such, only a few of their subordinates remained. Given their strength and influence, it was a piece of cake for them to eliminate this force. Go, Feng Jiu gestured. Tell them to leave. Chapter 4980. After they left, Feng Jiu glanced indifferently at the courtyard. With a wave of her hand, she removed the barrier around the residence and returned to the courtyard to rest. For some reason, no one else snuck into the Huangfu residence that night. The next day, Huangfu Xiao brought a few of his trusted subordinates to the front courtyard before anyone else left their rooms. He noticed that the barrier had been removed and there was nothing but a corpse and some bloodstains on the ground. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly ordered his subordinates to clean up the place. Send someone out to gather information about the outside world. Send someone unfamiliar to ask around and report back as soon as there's any news. Huangfu Xiao whispered to someone beside him. Understood. The person replied and left to make arrangements. Huangfu Xiao went to the backyard. He wanted to ask Madame Xianyuan how she went last night. However, halfway there, he paused and went to his daughter's courtyard. As she still had to treat old Master Huangfu today, Feng Jiu did not sleep too late. By the time she finished washing up and left her room, Huangfu Yunqiue was already busying herself. After breakfast, old Master Huangfu and Huangfu Xiao went to the courtyard. They looked at the woman sitting in the middle of the courtyard and walked in. Grandfather, father. Huangfu Yunqiue went up and bowed when she saw them. Yunqiue, you may leave first, Huangfu Xiao said and gestured for her to leave. Huangfu Yunqiue glanced at Feng Jiu, who was sitting there drinking tea, and replied, Yes. Madame Xianyuan. The two bowed to her. Have a seat, Feng Jiu gestured. The two of them sat down. After a pause, old Master Huangfu said, I saw that I was feeling much better, so I came to Madame Xianyuan for treatment today. May I know if the person you were waiting for last night arrived? In fact, after seeing the barrier disappear, he had already guessed what had happened. He only asked because he wanted to hear it from her. The Netherworld Palace's Hall Master is already dead. This faction will most likely disappear very soon. Fengjiu played with the teacup, looked at him, and said, "Your body needs to be treated today. You don't need any more treatment. You just need to recuperate, and you will recover. Once this matter is settled, I will leave today." Hearing this, the two of them were startled. Huangfu Xiao said, "Madame Xinyuan won't stay for a few more days? It's rare for you to come to Yaoyang City. I don't think you've taken a look around. Now that the matter is settled, why don't you stay for a few more days? I'll get Yun Shue to accompany you around the city." "No need, I still have things to do." She shook her head and said. Hearing that she still had things to do, they couldn't keep her any longer and could only give up. In the courtyard, Fengjiu treated him again. After a while, he withdrew his hand and said, "You don't have to worry after I leave. No one will cause trouble for your Huangfu clan. There should be a result today." Hearing this, Huangfu Xiao stood up and bowed to her solemnly. "Thank you, Madame Xianyuan." The two of them didn't stay in her courtyard for long. After sitting for a while, they left. Huangfu Yunxue, who had been waiting outside, came in after them. When she saw Madame Xianyuan strolling leisurely in the courtyard, she hesitated for a moment and asked, "Madame Xianyuan, are you leaving?" She had overheard their conversation outside just now. She was leaving today. Chapter 4981. Huangfu Yunxue listened to her in different voice and could not help but ask, "Madam, will you come back after you leave? Yunxue, will you be able to see Madam again?" Fengjiu smiled and casually plucked a flower and played with it in her hand. She turned to look at the beautiful girl and smiled. "I don't know if I will come back, but you and I are fated. Perhaps we will meet again in the future." She slowly walked forward and pinned the flower she was playing with in her hand into her hair. Looking at the elegant young girl with a beautiful flower in her hair, she suddenly looked even more beautiful and charming. She smiled. "If we meet again in the future, I will give you an opportunity." Huangfu Yunxue was stunned when she heard that. She extended her hand and touched the flower gently. She looked at her madam, who had an indifferent expression and a smile on the corners of her lips. She moved her lips, yet she didn't know what to say. "I am leaving. Let your father and the others know later." Fengjiu said slowly and walked out. Huangfu Yunxue saw this and hurriedly followed. "Yunxue will see Madam out." She followed her until she walked out of the Huangfu family's gate and watched her figure disappear from sight. Only then did she go to the main courtyard. She wanted to know who this madam was. In the main courtyard, seeing Yunxue enter, Old Master and Huangfu Xiao looked at each other and asked in unison, "Does Madame Xianyuan have any orders?" "No." Yunxue shook her head and went forward. "Grandfather, father, Madame Xianyuan has left. He's gone." The old master murmured softly. His voice carried a hint of sigh. Huangfu Xiao did not speak. She said she was leaving today, but he did not expect it to be so soon. When he thought of the news he received when his subordinate came to report, he was filled with emotions. Everything was as she had expected. Everything returned to normal. It was as if the Huangfu family hadn't attracted any experts because of the 1,000-year-old dark spiritual ginseng. She had left in a huff, but what she left behind for them was an unforgettable shock. "Grandfather, father." Huangfu Yunxue knelt down and looked at the two of them. "What are you doing?" Huangfu Xiao asked. "Grandfather, father, please tell Yunxue who this Madame Xianyuan is." She looked at the two of them and said, "Yunxue gained enlightenment because of her, but I don't know who her benefactor is. I feel really uneasy." Hearing this, the old man sighed and said, "So what if I know? Our Huangfu clan is fortunate enough to have the chance to meet such a supreme noble. Grandfather, please tell Yunxue." She kowtowed to him. The old man looked at her and thought for a moment, then said, "She is the Empress Phoenix Master." Then he added, "It's good that you know this, but don't tell anyone." Huangfu Yunxue was shocked. She had guessed that the Empress Phoenix Master must be very noble, but she did not expect her to be such a supreme existence. The Empress Phoenix Master. Even though she rarely left Yaoyang City, She had heard many stories about the Empress Phoenix Master. She did not expect that she would be lucky enough to serve by her side for a few days. When she thought of what the Empress Phoenix Master said, an idea surfaced in her mind. Almost without thinking, she said, "Grandfather, Father, I want to travel."